Chapter 363. Soon, Wu Ming realized something. Wu Ming looked up at the dark magic vine that was stroking its hair coquettishly. He asked, "Did anyone come just now?" The dark magic vine sent him a message through the pet contract. There was a young man wearing sunglasses and a trench coat. He was arrogant. I saw that he wanted to kick the door down, so I threw him out. That was what the dark magic vine meant. Hearing this, Wu Ming was stunned. Someone is looking for me? But I don't know anyone dressed like that. Is he from the city of East Sea? Wu Ming could not figure it out. In a pond not far away. Wow! The arrogant young man finally crawled out of the pond. He spat out the dirty water in his mouth. What is going on? Shouldn't I be in front of the pet store? How come I was thrown out by something and fell into the pond? The arrogant young man was coughing violently. Mr. Tianming, are you okay? A few bodyguards in black jumped out from the side and quickly helped the arrogant young man named Li Tianming up. Several C-rank pets were with him. There were 3 huge wolves that were 2 meters tall. One was a wind dragon with a wingspan of 15 meters. What happened? Li Tianming hurried to ask the bodyguards who were C-rank beast tamers. Your Excellency Tianming, you were just rolled up by a vine and thrown dozens of meters away. Yes. That's a vine pet. The bodyguards answered one after another. How dare you? Li Tianming stomped his feet in anger. Come with me. This time, if that vine pet dares to attack me again, I will tear it apart. Yes, sir, the 4 bodyguards answered in unison. Then, the 5 of them went to the pet store. Meow. In the pet store, the ghost cat that had evolved into the Netherlord was sitting on the table. It meowed to remind Su Ping that someone was coming. Wu Ming looked outside the pet store. Wu Ming saw 5 people walking side by side. They walked with arrogant steps. Wu Ming was stunned. Then he walked out of the pet store and shouted, "Who are you?" Li Tianming and the others were about to order their pets to control the dark magic vines when they heard Wu Ming's voice. Everyone immediately stopped. Li Tianming saw Wu Ming standing in front of the pet store. He patted his chest and said, "So, you are Wu Ming. I am Li Tianming, a student of Master Wu Ming from Beiyuan City." Wu Ming's eyes lit up. Master Wu's disciple? Li Tianming held his head high and puffed out his chest. He looked at people with his nostrils proudly and revealed a look of contempt. That's right, Master Wu is my master. Wu Ming stopped talking. The A-rank trainer, Wu Tianxue, was very famous. Based on the ancient alchemy method, he had developed a new evolutionary food concoction method. He could be considered a famous master in the country. However, this did not mean that Wu Ming needed to lick his boots. A mere A-class was not worthy. In the entire world of pets, the only person worthy of Wu Ming's admiration was his woman. As for the specific location, it could be the bed, the couch, the kitchen, the living room, the car, or the woods. Oh, I see. A moment later, Wu Ming nodded and went back to the pet store, leaving Li Tianming and the others outside. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew. Li Tianming and the others were confused. Damn you, Wu Ming. How dare you ignore me? Li Tianming was enraged. He was Master Wu's disciple, a C-rank trainer, and a member of the Young Master Group in Beiyuan City. Even some tycoons would bow to him and greet him with a smile. In the end, Wu Ming actually ignored him. How dare you? Li Tianming walked over and was about to kick open the door of the pet store. Whoosh! A vine quickly fell down, rolled up Li Tianming, and threw him into the pond again. Wu Ming! That is Master Wu's disciple, Mr. Li Tianming, a C-rank trainer. How dare your pet attack him again and again? You are blatantly humiliating Master Wu. Are you courting death? The bodyguards were enraged. Do it, one of the bodyguards yelled. Immediately after, the 3 C-class giant wolves and the C-class wind god Quetzalcoatlus surrounded the night magic vines on the street. A moment later, several vines of the magic vines were cut off. They fell to the ground and swung around like a snake's tail. Roar! A furious roar came from the sky, shocking the entire Nanwen Street. Everyone looked up. They saw an ice dragon with a wingspan of dozens of meters floating in the air, looking down at the ground coldly. That is Wu Ming's C-rank pet, the ice dragon. The bodyguards turned pale. Roar! Another angry roar rang out. The 4 bodyguards looked over. The serene dragon elephant from the Ultra Beast Center Tower had flown over as well. It hovered in the air and looked down at them angrily. Roar! Long DeBeo stepped forward, too, and surrounded the 4 Beastmaster bodyguards on the ground. Then, the little tyrant, the space-jumping frog, the blazing yellow duck, and the other pets had all gathered around as well. In the dark night, Netherworld Lord was standing on the roof, licking his right front paw. He looked like the king of the night. A formless pressure instantly enveloped the 4 bodyguards, causing their expressions to change drastically as they trembled. Indeed, they had 4 C-rank pets. On the other hand, Wu Ming's side only had 3 C-rank pets on the surface. But for some reason, the Beastmaster bodyguards felt an inexplicable sense of dread. It was as if they would die the next second if they dared to make a move. Gulp! The beast tamer with the C-rank wind god dragon swallowed his saliva. Wu Ming, that was a misunderstanding. We were about to go to the pond to get Mr. Li Tianming out. Why did you have to mobilize so many people? Oh, a misunderstanding. Wu Ming leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets. You just attacked my pet, the night magic vine, and cut off several of its vines. Now you are telling me that it was a misunderstanding? Do you think I'm a fool? The bodyguards broke into a cold sweat. No, it was really a misunderstanding. They hurried to explain. Wu Ming shook his head. Do you know what kind of place the Garan Castle is? Garan Castle? Isn't that one of the top 100 cities under construction? But whether or not it can be built is still a question. The bodyguards were surprised. Wu Ming smiled coldly. The Garan Castle is my territory. Here, no one dares to step on my head. But you just had to be so unreasonable. You attacked my pets. You are courting death. When he said the word courting death, the entire street seemed to have been set on fire. Whoosh! In the darkness, a black saber swept across the air and cut the 4 C-rank pets in half. Even the 4 beast tamers were not spared. It was the demon atomic beast. Bring that spoiled brat here, Wu Ming shouted. He picked up a stool and sat down in front of the pet store. Woof, woof, woof. Little tyrant dashed out excitedly and picked up Li Tianming, who had just climbed out of the pond. Bang! Li Tianming was thrown onto the street. He was dizzy. When he looked up, he saw that his 4 bodyguards and 4 C-rank pets were all dead. He flew into a rage. Wu Ming, you mother of asterisk cur. Before Li Tianming could finish his words, Little Tyrant had hit him on the head with its paw and pressed his face to the ground. He could no longer speak. Little Tyrant didn't hit him too hard. Otherwise, Li Tianming would have died. Wu Ming crossed his legs and said slowly, You are Li Tianming, a searing pet trainer, right? You could be arrogant in other places, but in my place, even if you were a dragon, you have to lie down. Do you understand? Wu Ming's voice was cold. Every word was like an invisible knife that pierced into Li Tianming's heart, making him tremble. Chapter 364. Li Tianming was trembling. He believed that Wu Ming was a lunatic. He knew that Li Tianming was Master Wu's student. Why was he so calm? Did he have someone to rely on? All of a sudden, Li Tianming noticed the special bronze ring on Wu Ming's finger. He took a closer look and saw many gems embedded on the surface of the ring. Lord's ring. Li Tianming sucked in a cold breath. A lord was the supreme ruler of an area. As far as he knew, there were only 3 lords' rings in the entire Huaxia. They were owned by the city lords of Beiyuan City, Donghai City, and Nanjiang City. A lord status was very high, second only to the Pet Alliance. Wu Ming, who had a lord tier ring, had a status that was not inferior to a peak A-level beast tamer or beast tamer. In fact, his status was even higher. Even someone as strong as Wu Tianxua, who was an A-rank master, was nothing in front of a lord. So this was the reason why Wu Ming could be so arrogant. Li Tianming was even more shocked. He realized that he had kicked an iron plate. But then again, why did Wu Ming have a lord's ring? Did he pick it up? Li Tianming couldn't help but wonder. But soon, he threw away this unrealistic thought. A lord's ring was so precious. How could he have picked it up? It must have been given to him by the mayor of Nanjiang City. You recognize this ring? Wu Ming stretched out his hand, showing off his lord ring, and smiled. So, you should know that in my territory, no one can order me around. Li Tianming felt a chill down his spine. He was really scared. Even if Wu Ming killed him, his master, Wu Ming, would not be able to do anything to Wu Ming. That was because offending a grand lord in his own territory was akin to courting death. Apart from the Pet Alliance, no one could protect him. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Li Tianming was trembling in fear. He was so scared that he lost control of his bowels. The smell of urine mixed with the stench of feces spread out. Wu Ming leaned back. The other pets stepped back in disgust to create some distance between them and Su Ping. Wu Ming couldn't help but tease Li Tianming. Li Tianming, you're really something, to be able to make me and my pet retreat on your own. Hearing this, Li Tianming was embarrassed. Wu Ming. Oh no, Lord Wu, have mercy. I was hot-headed just now. Please don't kill me. As long as you spare my life, I will do anything you want me to do. Li Tianming threw caution to the wind. As long as he could leave this place alive, he was willing to eat *T and drink piss. Oh really? Wu Ming laughed. He sat on the stool, thinking about how to deal with this arrogant second-generation Li Tianming. Kill him? Doing so did not seem to be of any help to him. It would only incur Wu Tianxua's hatred. In fact, Wu Tianxua was not weak. A famous A-level beast tamer in the country must know several or even dozens of A-level beast tamers. It would be very dangerous to piss him off. That being said, Wu Ming was not afraid of Wu Tianxua. He was worried that Wu Tianxua might know an S-level beast tamer. That was the real danger. Wu Ming remembered another thing and said, I almost forgot to ask. Li Tianming, why are you looking for me? Li Tianming swallowed. I heard that Lord Wu is the champion of the Nanjiang region. I want to come here and exchange pointers with you on the concoction of evolutionary food. That's it? Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. Yes. Why else would I be here? I don't have any grudges against Lord Wu. Of course, I am here to see how you concoct evolutionary food. Li Tianming nodded. Wu Ming rolled his eyes and thought of something. It's because I used a special concoction method in the national competition, similar to the ancient alchemy method, so it should be Grandmaster Wu Tianxua who asked you to come, right? Li Tianming trembled. He didn't expect that Wu Ming would have guessed his real intention. It seems that I guessed right. Wu Ming grinned. Wu Tianxua should be very interested in my concoction method, right? However, I can tell you honestly that none of you, not even an S-level beast tamer, have the ability to use my method. Wu Ming was not exaggerating, because this was the truth. Only he, who had the system, could use this method to concoct evolutionary food. Others could not. Li Tianming was confused. He thought that Wu Ming was deliberately saying this. He didn't want to expose a concoction method that was even more exquisite than the ancient alchemy method. After thinking about it, Li Tianming quickly said that, Lord Wu, can you let me go? Wu Ming stood up and looked down at Li Tianming. He fell into deep thought. Li Tianming was not here to kill him. Although his behavior was arrogant, he did not deserve death. Teaching him a lesson was enough. Moreover, rather than killing him, he might as well take a handful of wool. You can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. In the end, Wu Ming made a decision. You spend money to buy your life. Hearing that he didn't have to die, Li Tianming was so excited that he pissed himself again. He stood up. Lord Wu, I have money. I have money. I am very rich. I am willing to spend 1 billion to buy my life. Pooh. 1 billion? Wu Ming was stunned. His eyes widened. A sea-level beast tamer was already so rich. 1 billion in cash was given out just like that. Seeing Wu Ming's angry glare, Li Tianming thought that he had given too little. His legs went soft, and he knelt on the ground. Lord Wu, Brother Wu, I will pay more. 1 billion, 2 billion. Can you let me go? Wu Ming's teeth chattered. Li Tianming thought that Wu Ming was grimacing in anger. His expression changed as he said in shock, 3 billion, really? This is the limit. I don't have any more. The corner of Wu Ming's mouth twitched. His face gradually returned to normal, and became expressionless. He felt that not killing Li Tianming was the right thing to do. If he did, he would have missed out on 3 billion. After sitting down on the stool, Wu Ming cleared his throat and said, 3 billion? Sure. Phew. Li Tianming let out a long sigh. A normal sea-level beast tamer would not be so rich. A normal sea-level beast tamer would only have a few 100 million. The reason why he was so rich was that he had inherited his family's inheritance at a young age. He was a real billionaire. Otherwise, if it were another sea-level beast tamer, even if they sold themselves, they would not be able to gather 3 billion. Transfer. Wu Ming threw down his bank card. Okay. Li Tianming took out a password-protected computer from his sports car and quickly completed the transfer request. He then called the bank's president to rush him. 15 minutes later, after several hurried approvals, 3 billion was accurately transferred to Wu Ming's account. Looking at the long string of numbers in his card, Wu Ming fell into deep thought. Li Tianming saw this scene and was a little anxious. Could it be that Wu Ming wanted to kill a hostage? You can go. Suddenly, Wu Ming waved his hand and sat down on the stool with a calm face. Whoosh! Once he heard that he could run, Li Tianming jumped into his sports car as fast as he could. With a roar, he left the abyss like Nanwen Street. Profited. After Li Tianming left Nanwen Street, Wu Ming muttered. The price Li Tianming paid for his life was double the price of the black turtle shell and other rare materials. This matter made Wu Ming not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 365. Wu Ming looked at the sky. It was late at night. He transformed the corpses of the 4 beast tamers and their pets as fast as he could. He gained 5 tons of material orbs and 10,000 evolution points. Then, he went back to the pet store, took a shower, and went to bed. The next morning, Wu Ming woke up slowly. It was Monday. It was normal working hours. Wan Xiyu arrived at the pet store early in the morning. She cleaned up the place first and then arranged the shelves. Huang Samba and Zuma Mei were there as well. Even Mu Wanyan was sitting on the couch in the pet store. She seemed to be waiting for something. Morning. Wu Ming greeted everyone while brushing his teeth. Morning, Brother Wu. The others responded as well. Wanyan, why are you here? Wu Ming looked at Mu Wanyan. His eyes glowed. Mu Wanyan was wearing a light blue checkered skirt and a shirt of the same color. The buttons were tightly buttoned, outlining her perfect figure. There was a badge on the left side of her chest. Wu Ming had good eyesight. With one look, he saw a picture of a white arch on the surface of the badge. The words Garan Castle Pet Academy were written on it. Morning, Brother Wu. Mu Wanyan stood up and greeted him at once. Because of my outstanding performance in the national competition, I have officially become a teacher of the Garan Castle Pet Academy. I have to thank Brother Wu for your help. Today, on behalf of the Pet Academy, I formally invite Brother Wu to become the honorary dean of our academy. With that said, Mu Wanyin took out a letter of appointment with a dark golden cover and presented it to Su Ping with both hands. Honorary dean? Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. He took over the letter of appointment and flipped through it. The content wasn't complicated. It only stated that he was hired to be the honorary dean of the Garan Castle Academy. The 2 words, Wu Ming, were handwritten. The handwriting was elegant, as if it was written by a woman. Whose idea is this? Wu Ming asked. H.E. Wu Ming, this is my intention. A gentle voice came from outside the door. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. A beautiful woman wearing clothes similar to Mu Wanyan's walked into the pet store slowly. She was tall and curvaceous. Her skin was fair and rosy, and she looked dignified and elegant. She had a scholarly air about her. His eyes were even more dazzling than the starry sky. She stood there, giving people a feeling of peerless elegance. Wu Ming quickly activated Eye of Insight. Name, Diana, Beast Level, Sea Level Beast Tamer, Elite. Identity, Dean of the Pet Academy of Garan Castle. Pets, Sea Level Crystal Rabbit, D-Level Hummingbird, E-Level Ice Falcon. Remarks, she is of both Huaxia and Western Australia. Wu Ming's eyes glowed after he read the basic information. No wonder she was called Diana. It turned out that the curvaceous and beautiful woman in front of him was a mixed blood. Wu Ming, nice to meet you. I am Diana, the Dean of the Pet Academy of Garan Castle. It is an honor to meet such a handsome man like you. On behalf of the Pet Academy, I would like to invite you to be the honorary dean of our academy. Diana stated her purpose of visit. Wu Ming was lost in his thoughts. What could he get out of being the honorary dean of the Pet Academy? Diana had already considered Wu Ming's concerns. Your Excellency Wu Ming, the honorary dean is just a nominal position. You don't need to do anything on ordinary days. You just need to leave your name in our academy. Of course, if you want to teach those good-for-nothing students in the academy, I welcome you very much. The honorary dean was mostly a symbol of fame. To put it bluntly, Diana wanted to use Wu Ming's fame to expand the influence of the Pet Academy. Are there no substantial benefits for me? Wu Ming asked. Diana put on a gentle smile. Of course, we will hire you as the honorary dean with an annual salary of 10 million pet coins. Even if you don't do anything, the 10 million pet coins will still be transferred to your account. That's not bad. I am willing to be the honorary dean of the Pet Academy, Wu Ming agreed. It wasn't about money. Wu Ming just wanted to make friends with Diana. That's great. Diana was delighted. Today is Monday. I wonder if you have time to go to the Pet Academy and participate in the promotion activities, Mr. Wu Ming? Sure. I would also like to see what a professional pet academy is like. Wu Ming was interested. Let's go and have a look at the Pet Academy. Wu Ming took the lead and walked out of the pet store. Sure, we can go and have a look. Huang Samba put his arm around Zuma Mei's slim waist and followed Wu Ming. Zuma Mei pinched Huang Samba's waist, but she didn't struggle. Instead, she leaned closer to him. Nanwen Street. Wu Ming saw the dark golden bull sports car parked on the street. That was Diana's car. Wu Ming, I will be your driver. Diana opened the door of the front passenger seat and invited Wu Ming to get in. Thank you. Wu Ming sat in the front passenger seat and rolled up the window. Diana sat in the driver's seat and was fastening her seatbelt, outlining Wu Ming's beautiful and proud profile. So beautiful. Wu Ming couldn't help but exclaim after one look. Although his voice was very soft, it was still heard by Diana, causing her to blush. Wu Ming, let's go. Diana started the sports car and roared like a beast. She drove Wu Ming through Nanwen Street and arrived at the eastern part of the city, a few kilometers away. There was a garden-style building area that was 800 meters long and 500 meters wide. Wu Ming, this is the Pet Academy. Mu Wanyin also graduated here. She is our outstanding graduate and the pride of the Pet Academy. Diana drove the car through a huge white arch with the words Garan Castle Pet Academy written on it. A few minutes later, the sports car stopped near a football field. Through the window, Wu Ming saw that hundreds of students in school uniforms had gathered on the football field. They were all between the ages of 12 and 18 and were full of vigor. In front of the group of students, there were a few dozen academy teachers in uniform. They were at least F-level beast tamers. A small number of them were E-level beast tamers. There were only 5 D-level beast tamers. In the academy, F-level and E-level beast tamers were normal teachers. The more powerful D-level beast tamers were already at the level of dean and vice dean in the academy. As for the dean, Diana, she was the only C-level beast tamer. There were only a few C-level beast tamers in the entire Garan Castle. The mayor, Diana, Zhang Okeyun's grandfather, Mr. Su, was half a C-level beast tamer. Look, it's the dean's sports car. Some students heard the roar of the engine and hurried to look in the direction of the sound. They happened to see the dark gold raging bull sports car parked on the side of the football field. Click! The car door opened. A pair of long legs came into view first. They were a feast for the eyes. Then came Diana's perfect body and angelic face. Many screamed. Diana, a C-level beast tamer, and the beautiful dean. She was very popular under the two halos. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Diana walked to the other side of the sports car, opened the door of the passenger seat, and gestured for someone to get in. A tall and straight figure got out of the car. He had a handsome face. It's the genius beast tamer, Wu Ming. Seeing his face, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, followed by thunderous applause and excited cheers. Chapter 366. Wu Ming didn't know that he would be so popular. As soon as he got out of the car, the crowd cheered loudly. "Hello, everyone." He waved his hand and greeted the crowd. Many young girls in love cheered excitedly, as well as some admirers. Whoosh! Right then, the ice quetzalcoatlus, a sea-rank pet, flapped its huge wings and landed on the ground. It put down Mu Wanyan, Huang Samba, and Wan Siu. Then, the ice quetzalcoatlus stood on the ground, looking as majestic as a sculpture. Good heavens, that's a sea-rank pet, the ice quetzalcoatlus. That's awesome. Senior Mu is here as well, and Warrior Huang Samba. Why are you still calling her Senior Mu? You should call her Ms. Mu. Do you think that Wu Ming and the others are guests invited by Dean Diana to attend the promotion event? The students were excited. They began to discuss. Thump, thump, thump. Diana was walking to the podium in front of the football field in her high heels. She accidentally tripped on the grass and almost fell. Wu Ming reacted quickly. He took 3 steps forward and held Diana's soft waist. In a moment of desperation, he put his other hand on a soft spot to prevent Diana from falling. Diana could feel the change in her body. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise. "I'm sorry." Wu Ming realized something. He let go of one of his hands at once and held Diana's shoulder so that she could stand up again. "Thank you." Diana's cheeks were red. She said in a low voice and continued to walk to the podium. Wu Ming took Diana's snow-white hand and said with a smile, "Dean Diana, let me walk you to the podium." Diana felt that it was inconvenient for her to wear high heels. Therefore, she walked to the podium with Wu Ming. She turned around and smiled. She said in a soft voice, "Dean Wu, you are such a nice guy. I like to help people." Wu Ming smiled. He let go of Diana's hand and stood aside. On the football field, many male students had their mouths agape when they saw this scene. Their eyes were filled with envy. In their adolescence, they often regarded Diana as their dream goddess and fantasy object. Now, seeing their goddess Diana holding Wu Ming's hand and being held by his willowy waist just a moment ago, touching that soft place, all the male students were so envious that they cried. Some people were even jealous. As for the female students, they were fantasizing about being replaced by Diana and being able to hold hands with Wu Ming. Director Wu? When some students heard this title, they seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly looked at Diana, who was on the rostrum. Only the mentors, deans, and vice deans present knew the real reason why Diana invited Wu Ming. "Good morning, everyone." Diana stood in front of the microphone and let out a soft and beautiful voice. It was like the sound of nature, making people feel numb all over. This woman is really interesting. Even Wu Ming couldn't help but think so. From a man's point of view, Diana was really close to a perfect woman. Dignified, noble, virtuous, and gentle. A real beauty in the world. After summer vacation, it's the first day of school again. Today, I welcome all the students and thank the mentors for their hard work. Diana began her speech. The general content of her speech was nothing more than to thank the new students and mentors for joining the academy, as well as the old students and mentors for their perseverance and dedication. Finally, I would like to introduce to you our honorary principal of the Pet Academy, the genius trainer, Wu Ming. Diana looked at Wu Ming beside her and took the initiative to hold his hand, letting him stand in front of the microphone. Principal Wu Ming is the only Class C trainer in Garan Castle and the only honorary principal of the Pet Academy. He was also the champion of the first national competition in the Nanjiang region. He was the best of the competition, a real genius trainer. I believe that with him joining the academy, the Garan Academy will prosper and become stronger. Welcome. Diana's voice gradually became louder. The Garan Academy was the abbreviation of the Garan Castle Academy. Welcome, Principal Wu Ming. Wu Ming has become our honorary principal. Does that mean that the Garan Academy is going to prosper? Wow, Principal Wu is so handsome. The students were thrilled. On the football field, at the front of the line, a chubby boy was secretly eating a cake. Hearing the cheers, he looked up and saw Wu Ming standing on the podium. "Chubby, what are you eating?" "You're asking for a beating." A young female mentor who was dressed like Mu Wanyin and Diana happened to be standing nearby. She glared at the chubby boy when she saw him eating the cake. The chubby boy stuffed the entire cake into his mouth and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. Then he stood there with his belly sticking out. On the podium, Wu Ming was standing in front of the microphone. "It's an honor to join the Garan Academy. From now on, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me." "Thank you." With that said, Wu Ming nodded. At that moment, he saw the chubby boy standing in front of the line with his belly sticking out. The chubby boy was wearing the Garan Academy uniform. On his shoulder was a cute unicorn. Wu Ming was surprised to see him. "Isn't that the rich young man who bought a Class F super light beam food for the pet store?" "So, he's a new student of the Garan Academy." That incident happened before the national competition. At that time, the rich young man arrived in a fierce bull sports car and received 1 million from the VX on the spot. He also said that he needed a girlfriend and complained that Zuma Mei was single. Because of this, Wu Ming had a deep impression of the young man. It was just that Su Ping didn't expect that the young man would become fatter after only a month. "Principal Wu Ming, I'm sorry. That's my cousin's brother, my cousin. He was spoiled since childhood and doesn't know the rules. Please don't blame him." Diana noticed the chubby boy who was eating the cake. Embarrassed, she explained in a low voice. Wu Ming curled his lips. No wonder this young man was so rich. He was Diana's cousin. "I know this chubby boy. Over a month ago, he bought a Class F super light beam food from my pet store." Wu Ming lowered his voice as well. "I see. I didn't know that my cousin was your customer. What a coincidence." With that said, Diana turned on a microphone again and said in a loud voice, "This is the end of the promotion event. Students, please go to class." Clap, clap, clap. The students and teachers clapped their hands and left. "Wow, let's go to class." The students were assigned to different classes and rushed to the large, quaint school building in the distance. All the Class F and Class E teachers went to class as well. Soon, only Wu Ming, Diana, the 5 Class D beast tamers, the dean and vice dean, Mu Wanyin, Huang Samba, Wan Xiu, and Zuma Mei were left on the football field. "Hello, Principal Wu." The 5 Class D beast tamers greeted him. "Hello, everyone." Wu Ming nodded. Diana thought of something and said to Mu Wanyin, "Wanyin, although you are a Class D beast tamer, you don't have enough experience. Therefore, I would like to invite you to be an intern teacher for 3 months. After that, you will become the dean." "Okay, thank you, Principal Diana." Mu Wanyin nodded with a smile on her face. Chapter 367. Mu Wanyin was very excited when she heard that she could become the dean. It was like a dream. She was only a student here in the past. With Wu Ming's help, she passed the exam and became an official F-grade beast tamer, successfully graduating from Jialan School. After that, Mu Wanyin's life changed. She qualified for the national competition. Since then, she had been rising. Today, more than a month later, she had become a D-grade beast tamer and the future dean of Jialan School. It could be said that she had a bright future. The destination of her dreams was now just her starting point. And all this was because of one person. Thinking of this, Mu Wanyin looked at Wu Ming beside her deeply, her eyes full of love. "Next, Dean Wu, please tour the school. I will be your guide." Diana stood beside Wu Ming, shoulder to shoulder. "Please." Wu Ming extended his hand. Then, the crowd surrounded Wu Ming and walked around Jialan School, looking at everything here. "Dean Wu, our Jialan School's facilities are pretty good. There are 5 large flat buildings and 10 villas. It is enough to accommodate 50 teachers, 10 deans, and vice deans. There are 5 teaching buildings, 1 main building, and 4 auxiliary buildings. Behind the school, there's a 30-acre herb plantation covering 30,000 types of herbs. There are beast tamers and beast tamers in the school. The lineup of beast tamers is pretty good. There's a C-grade like me and a few D-grade beast tamers beside me. The teaching quality is pretty good. But the beast tamers are much worse. There are only 3 beast tamers in our Jialan school. 2 of them are F grade, and 1 is E grade. They are usually the treasures of our school. They should be in class now. But with Dean Wu joining us, I believe that the training of beast tamers will definitely leap from its original shortcoming to the top. Diana pointed at the surrounding buildings. She explained as they walked, looking at Wu Ming from time to time. Wu Ming was a little distracted by the beauty beside him. He only nodded occasionally. The group arrived at the main teaching building. There was a large hall here that could accommodate 100 people. In the middle was an arena that was 10 meters in diameter and half a meter high. It was made of super alloy steel and was very sturdy. There were also railings around it. This was a small coliseum. On the stage, the 2 pets were practicing. One of them was a bubble beast, which looked like a bubble gum. It was half a meter tall, had a small tail, 2 tentacles, and a large eye. The pet's unique skill was to spit out sticky bubbles. Once it was stuck, it would be fixed in place. The other pet was a 1-meter-long tentacle octopus. Its body was snow white, and it had a pair of large round eyes. Its 8 tentacles were constantly waving about, and waves of water slapped out like sharp swords, cleaving apart the bubble beast's sticky bubbles. Bubble beast, attack it. Baby octopus, go. The 2 beast tamers below the stage were a boy and a girl. Both of them were in their teens. They were clenching their fists and jumping up and down, cheering for their pets. Puff, puff, puff. Haha, I won. The owner of the bubble beast, a lively and pretty girl with a ponytail, rested her hands on her hips. She was very happy. Lin Xinyu, 90 points for the combat class. Luo Xiaochun, 75 points for the combat class. The teacher announced the results. The teachers would grade the 2 pets according to the course of the battle. Although the boy named Luo Xiaochun and his tentacle octopus lost, they still got 75 points. As for the winners, Lin Xinyu and her bubble beast, they got 90 points because of their outstanding performance. The dean is here. The honorary dean is here, too. Someone noticed Wu Ming and Diana's group and quickly got up to greet them. Hello. Diana nodded with a gentle smile. She looked at Wu Ming and asked, Dean Wu, is there anything I can help you with? Wu Ming thought about it and said, let's talk about the battle just now. As a matter of fact, the tentacle octopus had a chance of winning. However, the way it fought was too old-fashioned. It just stood there and didn't move, which put it in a passive position. The tentacle octopus's companion talent is a Class F water blade. It can release the water blade while moving around to split the bubbles. Then, it can attack the bubble beast. As for the bubble beast, you can try to upgrade the bubbles so that they contain some sticky substance or some kind of paralyzing substance. Even if the bubbles are cut open, the bubble beast can still attack again. That's just a little bit of my opinion. Clap, clap, clap. After listening to Wu Ming's explanation, everyone applauded and let out a thunderous applause. Then, Wu Ming opened his eyes of insight. The dozens of low-grade students present had nowhere to hide their pets' information. Wu Ming had all of it. Then, he casually pointed out their shortcomings with a few sentences, and the students present benefited greatly from it. Cheers and praises rose and fell. Diana looked at Wu Ming, who was giving endless comments. She couldn't believe how awesome he was. Before, she had thought that Wu Ming was just an average Class C trainer and that Wu Ming could beat the other participants in the national competition only because the age limit was set for the younger generation. She didn't know that Wu Ming was so awesome. He could point out any pet's problems easily. He was like a god. Half an hour later, Wu Ming and the others left the teaching building. Mr. Wu Ming, you are so awesome. Diana couldn't stop admiring Wu Ming. You flatter me. Wu Ming was modest. Half an hour later, the group went to visit the Jialan school again. Since there was still work to be done, the 5 Class D deans and vice deans went back to their respective offices to get busy. Mu Wanyan went to class as well. Zuma Mei, Huang Sanba, and the others formed a team and wandered around the Jialan school. At the dean's office, Wu Ming and Diana were sitting on the couch. Diana was making tea when she asked Wu Ming, who was sitting next to her, Mr. Wu Ming, what do you think of the Jialan school? Do you have any suggestions for improvement? The Jialan school is good. It's just that their trainers are not good enough. They need to be improved. The easiest way is to recruit new trainers. Wu Ming said. That was his honest opinion. They had just finished their visit to the domestication branch. The 3 trainers of Jialan Institute were all old men, especially the E-rank trainer, who was already over 80 years old. He was simply too old. The other 2 Class F trainers were also in their 60s. Their teaching methods were mature, but they were too old-fashioned and lacked flexibility. That wasn't a good thing. Wu Ming gave them some pointers on the spot, which benefited the 3 trainers a lot. Mr. Wu's thoughts coincide with mine. Diana said, I spent a lot of money to invite Wu Ming to be the honorary dean of our Jialan school. I hope he can help us recruit more trainers. Wu Ming was surprised and asked, the Jialan school doesn't lack money, right? Why didn't you spend a lot of money to recruit trainers? Diana sighed softly and said, trainers are arrogant. They don't want to be a teacher in the school. To them, it's better to join a big company and earn money. Therefore, we can only recruit retired trainers. So that's the case. Wu Ming suddenly understood. Recruiting trainers? I have a few recommendations. Wu Ming's lips curled up. He had an idea. Really? Diana's eyes lit up. Chapter 368. Of course it's true. I can call them over right now. If they are willing to become tutors in Jialan school, how do you plan to thank me? Wu Ming asked with a smile, then took a sip of the hot tea. Diana frowned slightly and fell in a deep thought. About half a minute later, she said, Dean Wu Ming, I'm sure you don't lack money, and I don't have any resources that you would be interested in. So, I don't know how to repay you. Why don't you make a request? Wu Ming said half-jokingly, if you really can't, Dean Diana, you can give yourself to me. Hearing this, Diana blushed. Seeing that she didn't reject or agree immediately, Wu Ming raised his eyebrows, wondering if she had such thoughts. Thinking of this, Wu Ming's heartbeat quickened. Although he felt that Diana was very beautiful, and he was the lord of Garan Castle and had supreme power, Wu Ming wasn't the kind of person who would bully the weak. If Diana didn't agree, he would just treat it as if it never happened, and he wouldn't hold any grudges. Wu Ming admitted that he was a scumbag, but he was also very principled. He would never force others to do anything. In her seat, Diana felt that her face was very hot. She pretended to make tea, and from time to time stole glances at Wu Ming's handsome face. Before she met Wu Ming, she felt that he was very ordinary. The reason why she invited Wu Ming to become the honorary dean was to expand the influence of Jialan School and attract other trainers from Garan Castle to join and strengthen her own power. But who knew that after meeting him today, Diana would feel that she had missed Wu Ming for the rest of her life. She had to admit that Wu Ming was really very good. Tall, straight, handsome, and most importantly, he was a genius trainer. He could easily point out the weaknesses of other trainers and beast tamers, and it was very beneficial. Such a person could be called perfect, in Diana's opinion. This was a man who was worth trusting. Diana was lost in her thoughts, and Wu Ming didn't say anything. The room suddenly became silent. Have some tea. A minute later, Wu Ming took the initiative to break the silence. He picked up the hot tea and took a sip. Feeling the rich fragrance of the tea, he couldn't help giving a thumbs up. Dean Anna's tea skills are very profound. Hearing the praise, Diana blushed and said, I've learned the art of tea before, so I know a little bit. By the way, do you want me to call those trainers I know over? It's almost noon, so we can treat them to a meal. Wu Ming put down his teacup and went straight to the point. Diana fell into silence again. If she agreed with Wu Ming, wouldn't that mean that she had agreed to marry him? It was too embarrassing. However, when she thought about her past, Diana felt that with the development of Garan Castle, she would not be able to hide the fact that she was hiding in Jialan Academy. It would be better to have Wu Ming as a backer. As a mixed blood, Diana had always been beautiful. Born in Baiyuan City, she lived alone with her elderly grandmother after her parents divorced due to disagreements. Later, because of her beauty, Diana was often harassed by the rich young masters of Baiyuan City. In order to get away from all this, she moved out of Baiyuan City with her grandmother. After a long journey, they finally came to Diana's grandmother's home. Jialan Academy. That's right. Diana's grandmother's father was the old dean of Jialan Academy, and this was 10 years ago. Later, the old dean and Diana's grandmother passed away one after another in the past 10 years. Diana was all alone. It was also from then on that she had no one to rely on. Relying on her own efforts and the wealth left behind by her two elders, she became a sea-level beast tamer and finally gained a foothold in Garan Castle. In the blink of an eye, it was now. Now, Garan Castle has merged with the other 20 cities, and it will definitely develop rapidly. By then, the people of Bayuan City will definitely find out that I'm hiding here. So, it will be good to find someone to rely on. Thinking of this, Diana looked at Wu Ming beside her. She was not young anymore. It was time to find someone she could entrust her life to. Dean Wu Ming, please invite those beast tamers over. Diana paused. They can't be the teammates who participated in the national competition with you, right? Dean Diana, you are so smart. Wu Ming blinked and took out his phone. Hello, is this Su Ying? Come to Jialan Academy. I'll treat you to a meal, and we could talk about something. Hello, is this Gu Xiaocheng? Come to Jialan Academy. I'll treat you to a meal, and we can talk about something. Hello, is this Peng Xian? Come to Jialan Academy. I'll treat you to a meal, and we could talk about something. Wu Ming made 3 consecutive calls. Su Ying, Gu Xiaocheng, and Peng Xian were all called over. They are all E-level beast tamers, and they participated in the national competition. They are the real champions. If they become instructors in Jialan Academy, the faculty of the academy will definitely skyrocket. Wu Ming said, Thank you so much. Diana pursed her red lips. Looking at Wu Ming, she felt that he was very warm and considerate. 15 minutes later, the roar of 3 sports cars could be heard from downstairs. Wu Ming walked to the window and waved at the 3 people who had just exited the sports cars. 7th floor, room 701, Dean's office. Wu Ming shouted. He also had an office on the 7th floor, room 702, called Honorary Dean's office. However, Wu Ming would most likely not work there. He was just an honorary dean in name. At most, he would come for a walk when he was bored. 10 minutes later, Dean's office. You want us to become instructors in Jialan Academy? Su Ying looked at Wu Ming and was speechless. After the conversation, Su Ying understood Diana's thoughts. She also knew why Wu Ming had called them over. Any thoughts? Wu Ming asked. He would respect Su Ying's decision. Yes, I love being a teacher the most. Being an instructor in Jialan Academy is definitely a good idea. Su Ying was the first to agree. I'm willing too, Peng Xian said. As a newly promoted E-class trainer, Peng Xian felt that she still had a lot to learn. Jialan Academy was just right for her to apply what she had learned. Moreover, with her ordinary background, joining Jialan Academy was also a good way out. All right, I can also be an instructor. This way, I won't have to inherit the family fortune so early, Gu Xiaocheng said as he spread out his hands. When the others heard this, they could not help but twitch their mouths. They all knew that Gu Xiaocheng was the young master of the Gu family in Garan Castle. The Gu family in Garan Castle was comparable to the Su family that Su Ying belonged to, with assets of more than 10 billion. As a member of the champion team, Gu Xiaocheng's performance was outstanding. Now, the Gu family had already designated him as the next leader. However, he did not want to inherit the family fortune so early. Being an instructor in Jialan Academy was just an excuse to avoid the responsibility. All right, the 3 of you will be instructors in Jialan Academy from now on, Wu Ming said. Wu Ming, what about you? Aren't you going to be an instructor in Garan Castle? With your standard, you are definitely a top instructor, Su Ying asked curiously. I'm the honorary dean. Wu Ming grinned. Chapter 369. Honorary Dean. Su Ying, Gu Xiaocheng, and Peng Xian widened their eyes. At first, they were stunned, then they were envious. So, you are our leader? Su Ying raised her eyebrows and teased. Hey, Dean Wu Ming, nice to meet you. Can you give us a pay raise? Ahem. Wu Ming cleared his throat. Well, I don't care about your pay. As for the specific salary, you can talk to Dean Anna. Diana hesitated for a moment and said, You are all E-rank trainers and members of the national champion team. Your annual salary is 8 million. What do you think? With that said, she made a hand gesture. 8 million. Okay, no problem. Peng Xin was the first to agree. She had thought that the annual salary would only be a little over 1 million. She didn't expect that the annual salary would be close to 10 million. I don't lack money. Any amount is fine, Gu Xiaoqing said, drawing more hatred. I think it's fine. Su Ying nodded. Being a teacher had always been her dream. Even if she had to pay, she wanted to be a teacher in the Jialan Academy. Not for anything else, but to realize her dream. Okay, have a good chat. I have something else to do. I will leave now. I will come back for dinner later. Wu Ming stood up and was ready to leave. Dean Wu Ming, don't worry. Diana took out her phone and added Wu Ming as a VX friend. On the way, Wu Ming took out his phone and peeked at Diana's status. Her status showed that she would be available for 3 days. However, Diana didn't post anything during those 3 days. There are no beautiful pictures to look at. Wu Ming couldn't help but complain. Then, he looked at Diana's profile picture. It was a picture of the front gate of the Jialan Academy. It was empty. There was no one in the picture. It seemed that Diana was a person who didn't like to show off. She focused on her work and kept a low profile. Whoosh! Wu Ming sat on Long DeBao's back and flew toward the brick factory 50 kilometers north of the Garan Castle at the fastest speed. 10 minutes later, Wu Ming landed on the ground. My lord, you are here. The mayor of the Wuyuan city was in charge of supervising the construction. He was guarding the place with dozens of Class E and several Class D pets. Is the first batch of black pattern bricks ready? Wu Ming asked. The industrial forest guarded by the demonic mountain giant ape produced 1,500 kilograms of demonic fruit juice every day. According to the weight ratio of 1:10,000, theoretically, it could produce up to 15,000 tons of black pattern bricks every day, which was equivalent to 7.5 million bricks. If all the bricks were sold, he would earn 750 million pet coins. Of course, this was only an ideal situation. Sir Lord, although in theory we can produce more than 7 million black pattern bricks in a day, our industrial base has just begun construction and production is limited. Yesterday, we produced only 300,000 bricks. After the Martial Origin City's city master finished speaking, he was very afraid of being reprimanded by Wu Ming. Only 300,000? Wu Ming thought about it. You can buy more electric furnaces. That way, the pets will be more efficient. Okay, seeing that Wu Ming didn't reprimand him, the Martial Origin City's city master breathed a sigh of relief. Has the construction of the fortifications started? Wu Ming asked as he looked around. We need to add more fortifications around the brick factory. The fortifications near the brick factory are being built. The Martial Origin City's city master nodded. Right, Sir Lord. Our plan is to build the Garan Castle into a circular city with a diameter of 100 kilometers. What do you think? In this case, after we leave the north gate of the Garan Castle and walk for a few kilometers, we will reach the brick factory. The Martial Origin City's city master added. Wu Ming understood what the Martial Origin City's city master meant. By doing so, they could quickly support the brick factory. Besides, building the Garan Castle into a circular city was the most cost-effective way of building materials. This was because the circular city had the shortest perimeter and the most economical way of building materials. A city with a diameter of 100 kilometers would cover an area of 7,850 square kilometers. It could accommodate 10 to 20 million people. If there were too many people in the future, they could build a few more satellite cities to alleviate the population pressure. If we calculate it this way, the perimeter of the city would be around 314 kilometers. The construction cost would be at least a few billion. Wu Ming couldn't help but sigh. Spending money like water. Sir Lord, you don't need to worry. It's only a few billion. The city masters of our 21 cities have savings of more than 100 billion. It won't cost much to build the fortifications. The Martial Origin City's city master said proudly. That's right. A few billion is a lot for an individual, but for a few dozen cities, It's just a drop of water. Wu Ming nodded and added, "All right, speed up the production and prepare to build the outermost city wall. When the Garan Castle's expansion comes to an end, we will have to start the big relocation operation." All right. The Martial Origin City's city master received the order and immediately arranged for people to build electric furnaces to ensure that the production of black pattern bricks would exceed 1 million each time. Whoosh! Wu Ming sat on Long DeBayo's back and flew into the sky, overlooking the Garan Castle below. The Garan Castle was located on a plain. After walking for more than 100 kilometers, one would come into contact with large mountains, which were naturally suitable for building large cities. At the moment, the fortifications were being built. Looking down from above, one could see that the Garan Castle's city master's office was the center and had a radius of 50 kilometers. A huge circle was drawn with lime powder. Many large pets were helping to dig a hole. They were going to dig a huge circle with a depth of 20 meters, a width of 10 meters, and a diameter of 100 kilometers along the circle. This was the foundation of the city wall. Apart from the dozens of large pets helping, there were also tens of thousands of people driving various kinds of machinery to help dig. At this rate, they would finish digging in a few days. The outer fortifications should be finished in a month. By then, we will build the residential area and move the city at the same time. We will work in both directions and try to finish the relocation in 3 months. Wu Ming secretly planned. Then, he called the Garan Castle's city master and told him his plan. The city master nodded and agreed at once, not daring to say no. Whoosh! Wu Ming sat on Long DeBayo's back and landed on the Jialan School. 12 o'clock at noon. The Jialan School's cafeteria. Wu Ming, Diana, Su Ying, Gu Xiaocheng, Peng Exen, Mu Wenyan, Wan Xiu, and more than a dozen people had gathered here for lunch. Although it was an on-campus cafeteria, the chefs were all experienced and the dishes were delicious. An hour later, everyone had eaten and drunk to their heart's content. Several Class D vice principals and deans were in charge of taking Su Ying and the others to go through the employment procedures. Under Wu Ming's suggestion, Huang Samba became a beast tamer teacher at the Jialan School and stayed with Zuma Mei. 1:30 p.m. Standing in front of the school gate, Wu Ming smiled at Diana and was about to leave. "Principal Diana, that's all for today. I need to go back to the pet store and take care of something else." "Principal Wu Ming, wait. What is it? I haven't thanked you properly yet. I have something urgent to do today. Let's talk about it later." With that said, Wu Ming hopped onto Long DeBayo's back. With a whoosh, the two of them flew to the pet store not far away. Later? Diana was dumbfounded. Beiyuan City. "Master, you have to make a decision for me." "No, Master, we can't afford to offend Wu Ming." Li Tianming knelt on the ground, crying and complaining to the middle-aged man in front of him with snot and tears running down his face. This man was a Class A master, Wu Tianxua. Master Wu hurried to help Li Tianming up and asked with widened eyes, "Tianming, what is going on?" Chapter 370. Wu Tianxua was surprised. He had seen Wu Ming's competition and felt that his method of mixing evolutionary food was better than the ancient alchemy method. He wanted to learn, so he arranged for Li Tianming to visit Wu Ming. Who would have thought that Li Tianming would come back crying? So, was there some kind of misunderstanding? Or did they have a conflict? Before Wu Tianxua could figure it out, Li Tianming quickly explained, "Wu Ming has a lord ring. He's a noble lord. We can't afford to offend him." "Lord ring?" Wu Tianxua's eyes widened. What the hell? Wu Tianxua didn't know what to say. That was a lord. Even if he met Wu Ming, he would have to be humble, afraid that he would be killed. Is he really a lord? Wu Tianxua asked again. Li Tianming nodded and said, "It's true. That is a lord ring. It belongs to Wang Defa, the mayor of Nanjiang City. Now it belongs to Wu Ming." Wu Ming got Wang Defa's lord ring. Wu Tianxua was shocked. Every overlord's ring was priceless and represented extremely high authority. It was impossible to give it away so easily. Wu Ming obtaining the lord's ring was of great significance. Wang Defa, the mayor of Nanjiang City, must have thought highly of Wu Ming and regarded him as his successor. Otherwise, why would he give the Lord Ring to him? Quick, come with me to visit Wu Ming. Wu Tianxua quickly changed into a windbreaker and was ready to leave. Suddenly, he realized something. He pointed at Li Tianming's nose and asked, "Did you offend Wu Ming? Quick, tell me the whole process of you meeting Wu Ming without missing a word." Li Tianming shrank his neck. However, when he saw Wu Tianxua's stern face, he had no choice but to tell the truth. Idiot! When Wu Tianxua learned that Li Tianming had hurt Wu Ming's pet, the night magic vine, and was fined 3 billion by Wu Ming because of his arrogance, Wu Tianxua flew into a rage and slapped Li Tianming's face. "Is your head full of shit? Get out!" Wu Tianxua kicked Li Tianming more than 10 meters away and fell into the flower bed outside. Although Wu Tianxua was just an old man, he was also a powerful A-level beast tamer. He had gained strength from his pet. Although he looked like an old man on the outside, he could easily defeat a dozen special force members on his own if he were to fight. "Prepare the horses. We're going to Garan Castle," Wu Tianxua shouted and prepared to set off. Wu Ming did not know what had happened in Beiyuan City, nor did he know that Wu Tianxua had personally come to pay a visit. At the moment, he was sitting in the pet store. The reason he bid farewell to Dean Diana of the Jialan Institute was because he really had something important to do. "Eva!" At this moment, he heard a childish voice on the table. Lowering his head, he saw a square-shaped pet that looked like Wall-E standing on the table. Its body was square, about 30 centimeters long on each side. Under its body were 8 short legs. It could run as fast as lightning and was very agile. On both sides of its body, there were 3 green tentacles that were 1 meter long. They were very agile. On top of its body, there was a round head with a pair of snail-like eyes. When in danger, the pet could shrink its eyes into its head. "Eva!" That weird-looking pet was yelling again. "What a cute creature." Wu Ming smiled. He reached out his hand and touched the smooth surface of this pet's body. This pet was called the Brick Beast. This pet was a classless pet. It could only say Eva in a tone of voice. No matter if it was surprise, joy, or fear, it would say Eva. It was just that the tone was different. "Come on, show me what you can do." Wu Ming ordered the Brick Beast next to him. "Eva." The Brick Beast ran to the outside of the pet store and stood in front of a pile of dirt. It opened its mouth and scooped up the dirt with its 6 tentacles. It kept putting the dirt into its mouth and chewing. After a while, the Brick Beast's body suddenly opened from the front. A square compressed mud brick was thrown out. The mud brick was dry. Much of the water had been absorbed by the Brick Beast. Strictly speaking, this compressed mud brick was excrement. The Brick Beast was a weak pet without a rank. After many years of evolution, it had gained the talent to turn excrement into bricks, which could be used to build fortifications and fend off other ferocious beasts. That was how the Brick Beast got its name. Wu Ming only spent 10 evolution points to buy this mature Brick Beast from the pet store. "Come with me." Wu Ming walked to the orchard not far away. The Brick Beast moved its 8 legs to keep up with Wu Ming. Soon, they arrived at the orchard where the exploding coconut trees were growing. They saw the giant ape of the Magic Mountain picking up the fruits. "Sir, you are here." The giant ape of the Magic Mountain greeted him. Wu Ming looked at the side of the orchard. 2 hills of coconut fruits had been piled up there. Some were magic fruits, and some were super sticky coconut fruits. There were more than a dozen workers in the orchard. They were in charge of cutting the magic fruits and super sticky coconut fruits, sealing them in steel bottles, and transporting them to the brick factory 50 kilometers away. It seems that the work in the orchard is going well. Wu Ming was satisfied. The giant ape of the Magic Mountain patted its chest and promised, "Sir, don't worry. I am here. Nothing will go wrong here." "I believe you." Wu Ming nodded. The giant ape of the Magic Mountain noticed the funny Brick Beast. It raised its eyebrows and asked, "Sir, what kind of pet is this? A cleaning robot?" "No, it's a brick-moving robot," Wu Ming said seriously. "Eva." The Brick Beast waved its 6 tentacles and shouted excitedly, as if it were greeting the giant ape of the Magic Mountain. "What can this pet do?" The giant ape of the Magic Mountain was confused. Curiosity was written all over its face. "Come on, show it to me." Wu Ming waved at the brick beast. The latter shouted, "Eva," and began to work. Whoosh! The brick beast ran to a small hill nearby. Its 6 tentacles kept digging into the soil, chewing and swallowing. Then, the soil was made into bricks and placed on the ground. "It's really a brick-moving robot." The giant ape of the magic mountain scratched its head. "I just did some calculations. It takes over a dozen seconds to make 1 brick. That's not fast." Compared to the construction of mechanical models, the brick beast was much slower. The brick beasts can work 24 hours a day because when they eat the soil, they can absorb the nutrients and water in the soil during this process. For others, this is work, but for the brick beasts, this is eating, and they can eat without stopping. Wu Ming explained, "Think about it. If a group of brick beasts works for us, how many bricks can they make every day?" The giant ape of the magic mountain was surprised. Yes, if there were a large group of brick beasts, the number of bricks produced every day would be hundreds of thousands. That way, the production speed would soar. Chapter 371. Brick beasts are natural-born builders. They are 100 times better than beavers, Wu Ming explained. "Eva." The brick beasts understood Wu Ming's compliment. They cried out in excitement and went back to eating dirt to produce bricks. The giant ape squatted down and picked up a brick. After careful observation, the giant ape noticed that the brick was in the shape of a cube with a side length of 15 centimeters. The brick had been compressed by the brick beasts. Even so, it was still a brick that could be crushed with 1 stomp. "This is only a half-finished product," Wu Ming explained. "We can tell the brick beasts to add some rune fruit juice when they eat the dirt. After 12 hours of firing, the bricks will become rune bricks." "Rune bricks?" The giant ape was surprised. Rune bricks are also called black bricks. They are similar. The main thing is to use the rune fruit juice's thermosetting ability to fire bricks that are as strong as superalloy steel. Wu Ming explained patiently. "I see." The giant ape understood. "Go back to your work. I need to go to the brick factory to send the brick beasts over and arrange for mass production." Wu Ming grabbed the brick beasts, jumped onto Long DeBayo's back, and flew to the brick factory. 10 minutes later, they were about to arrive at their destination. Wu Ming landed on the ground and consumed 10,000 evolution points. Whoosh! 1,000 fist-sized green pet eggs appeared out of nowhere. They fell to the ground and hatched automatically, turning into 1,000 brick beasts. But at the moment, they were only 10 centimeters tall. As they ate up the shells of their own pet eggs, they were provided with a large amount of nutrients. Their bodies quickly grew to adulthood. The pets grew fast, but their potential was low. This was the final form of the brick beasts with a low upper limit. Eva, including the first brick beasts, there were 1,001 brick beasts gathered together. They waved their tentacles and shouted excitedly in unison. The workers in the brick factory were frightened. Everyone turned to look at him. They saw that Wu Ming was followed by a large group of green brick beasts. They were dozens of centimeters tall, and they were rushing over. This scene frightened many people. "Oh my God, are they going to attack the brick factory?" The expressions of the staff members changed drastically. "You idiot, Lord Wu Ming is our big boss. The brickyard is his to begin with. What's there to attack?" Wuyuan City's city lord slapped a beautiful female employee's butt and lectured her. Then, he came to Wu Ming's side and said flatteringly, "Sir Lord, are you here to patrol?" "No, I'm here to support you." Wu Ming pointed at the large group of brick beasts around him and explained their purpose. This caused the Wuyuan City Lord's eyes to widen and his mouth to gape in shock, as if a fist could be stuffed inside. "I can't believe such a miraculous pet exists in this world." Wuyuan City's city lord expressed his shock. Brick beasts are usually found in tropical deserts. They are very rare in China. Wu Ming explained, "There are a total of 1,001 brick beasts here. Next, let them help to make black pattern bricks. The daily output should be close to 3 million pieces. With their help, of course, it won't be a problem." Wuyuan City's city lord nodded repeatedly. 5 minutes later, Wu Ming left the brick factory. With the help of the brick beasts, the output of black patterned bricks would not be low. Next, I can prepare new class, a evolutionary food for the demon atomic beast and the colorful winged chameleon. Also, the old pets like Little Tyrant, the ice winged dragon, and the Netherlord should be upgraded as well. Wu Ming went back to the pet store. He closed his eyes, ready to look for class, evolutionary food suitable for the demon atomic beast. Thump, thump, thump. He heard the sound of horses galloping on the ground. Wu Ming opened his eyes and looked outside through the glass window. A familiar-looking old man with a white beard was riding a fine horse, accompanied by dozens of pet guards. He galloped on Nanwen Street and finally stopped in front of the pet store. It's Wu Tianxua, the Class A master from Beiyuan City. Oh my God! I can't believe that I saw this nationally renowned Class A master on Nanwen Street. Is he here to take H.E. Wu Ming as a student? The pedestrians on Nanwen Street recognized the little old man, and their eyes were filled with shock. Why is Wu Tianxua here? Wu Ming frowned. He brought in Class A lightning horse and a bunch of Class B and Class C pets. Is he here to avenge Li Tianming? Thinking of this, Wu Ming's face sank. However, what happened next stunned him. Is Wu Ming here? Wu Tianxua jumped off the Class A lightning BMW, landed on the ground, and gently knocked on the door. Inside the store, Wu Ming was standing behind a curtain. He walked out slowly, opened the door, and looked into Wu Tianxua's eyes. I am Wu Ming, Wu Ming said. He sized up the old man. Wu Ming noticed that Wu Tianxua was less than 160 centimeters tall. His hair was white, and he was one head shorter than Wu Ming, who was about 180 centimeters tall. Wu Ming, I am Wu Tianxua from Beiyuan City. Finally, I can see you. Wu Tianxua shook Wu Ming's hand, excited. Looking at the excited little old man in front of him, Wu Ming blinked. He felt that the scene in front of him was very different for his expectations. Theoretically speaking, after the young ones were beaten up, the old ones would come to avenge them. Then, after the old ones were beaten up, those with one foot in the grave would come out. Later on, even the old ancestors who were already buried in the ground had to make an appearance, fighting until the sky became dim and the earth darkened. But unexpectedly, Wu Tianxua held his hand. Aren't you here to avenge them? Wu Ming couldn't help but ridicule him. Wu Tianxua pulled a long face and said seriously, I, Wu Tianxua, am not a narrow-minded person. I asked my good-for-nothing student, Li Tianming, to come to you because I wanted to invite you to Beiyuan City. But this unfilial student offended you. Now, I'm sincerely apologizing to you. He wasn't faking it. As a Class A master, Wu Tianxua had never chased after fame and fortune. He only liked to do research. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to derive a new way to mix evolutionary food based on ancient alchemy methods and become a real master. In his eyes, Wu Ming, who had mastered a more subtle way to mix evolutionary food, was a peerless genius. This kind of person deserved to be worshipped and studied. Apologize? Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. I thought you were here to avenge Li Tianming. Even after he said that, he was still skeptical. Alas, it's all that unfilial student's fault. When I go back, I will kick him out. Wu Tianxua said bitterly. Wu Ming broke free from Wu Tianxua's hand and said, Master Wu, please sit down. Good. Wu Tianxua nodded. He sat down on the couch and sized up the old pet store. This is what a real master should be like. He doesn't live in the palace, but he can still create perfect works that are admirable. Wu Ming was a bit embarrassed by Wu Tianxua's praise. You are flattering me. Wu Ming made some tea and took a sip. As a matter of fact, Li Tianming and I are even now. After all, he has apologized and given me compensation. Wu Ming felt good about the compensation. After all, that was 3 billion. Let's not talk about that unfilial student. I came here specifically to learn from Master Wu Ming. I hope you don't mind me. Wu Tianxua stated his purpose. Chapter 372. Learn. The corner of Wu Ming's mouth twitched. What was there for him to learn? Although he had been modified by the system, allowing him to have a photographic memory and remember the medicinal properties of countless herbs. He was indeed a master in this aspect. However, when it came to concocting evolutionary food, he had to rely on his evolution points to succeed. This method could not be taught at all. That's right. I am willing to take you as my teacher, as long as I can learn the concoction method that is even more exquisite than the ancient alchemy method. Wu Tianxuo had a serious face and showed his sincerity. There was a wooden box on the table. Wu Tianxuo opened it and a pile of bank cards appeared. Master Wu Ming, there are 100 bank cards here. Each card has 1 billion, which adds up to 100 billion. As long as you are willing to teach me, this 100 billion is yours. Wu Tianxuo pointed at the bank cards in the wooden box and said something that almost made Wu Ming spurt out blood. 100 billion? Wu Ming was really shocked. How much money did this Wu Tianxuo have? 100 billion. He actually took it out so casually. Wu Ming was so shocked that he neglected one point, which was that Wu Tianxuo was a veteran A-rank tamer master. When he was 40 years old, Wu Tianxuo had already advanced to A-rank. Because he was also an A-rank beast tamer, he received feedback from the A-rank Lightning BMW that he could live up to 150 years old, which was comparable to Nanjiang City's mayor, Wang Defa. And now, Wu Tianxuo was 80 years old. After being an A-rank master for 40 years, the amount of wealth he had accumulated could be measured in trillions. If it were not for the fact that he did not participate in the rich list, Wu Tianxuo could at least be ranked in the top 10 of China. To him, 100 billion was nothing. Master Wu Ming, I am really interested in your concoction method. You should also know that to become an S-rank tamer and concoct S-rank evolutionary food, conventional methods are ineffective. I studied the ancient alchemy method, but I still failed on the path to S-rank. That is why I came to find you. If I can learn something from you, one day in the future, I might become an S-rank tamer. Wu Tianxuo's face was serious. He did not like fighting for power and scheming. His greatest wish in this life was to become an S-grade tamer. However, it had been 40 years since he became an A-class warrior, yet he discovered that he had encountered an insurmountable bottleneck. If he wanted to break through, he had to find a new method. Ever since he saw Wu Ming's concoction method, which was even more exquisite than the ancient alchemy method, Wu Tianxuo was like a hungry wolf that had seen food. Every day, he would think about how to learn. Until today, he finally got to see Wu Ming as he wished. My method is too special. I'm afraid you won't be able to learn it. Also, I'm very curious. Why don't you learn from other S-rank trainers? Wu Ming laid his cards on the table. Of course, he wanted 100 billion points. However, the problem was that evolution points were unique to the system. He could not give it to others, nor could he give it to them. The other S-tier tamers are elusive. It's hard to even meet them, let alone learn from them. Right, Master Wu Ming? Do you think that I'm too stupid to learn from him? Wu Tianxuo asked with widened eyes. Wu Ming, no, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. The corner of his mouth twitched. After thinking about it, he could only say, let me put it this way. This method is related to one's physique. I can control the biomagnetic field and catalyze the herbs. You don't have the method to control the biomagnetic field, so it's impossible for you to succeed. His voice came to an abrupt end. The term biomagnetic field made Master Wu's eyes widen. He was like a beggar that had entered a metropolis. He had a feeling of opening the gate of heaven and seeing the vastness of the heavenly palace. Wu Tianxuo sat on the sofa with his brows furrowed. Master Wu Ming, can you demonstrate it? Wu Tianxuo's curiosity was piqued. As he said that, he took out 10 bank cards from a box and said to Wu Ming, as long as you can let me see the concoction process at a close distance, this 10 billion is yours. The corner of Wu Ming's mouth twitched again. This guy is really a tycoon. Fine, I'll demonstrate it and let Wu Tianxuo give up. Wu Ming thought in his heart. He took out the materials from the medicine cabinet and prepared to concoct an F-class super energy beam food. Gathering materials, preliminary weighing, grinding, precise weighing, mixing, and putting into the reactor. The process was smooth and smooth. Wu Tianxuo watched without blinking. For him, Wu Ming's preparation was almost perfect. There was nothing to be picky about. Next, I need to activate the biomagnetic field and let these herbs fuse perfectly. Only then will the quality be very high. Wu Ming said, deliberately showing his serious face. Since he was bluffing, he had to be serious. As he spoke, Wu Ming deducted 5 evolution points. Under Wu Tianshua's shocked gaze, Wu Ming's hands began to tremble as if he had exhausted too much energy. At the same time, the powder in the reactor began to melt and fuse. A strange light gradually bloomed. So magical. Wu Tianshua was dumbfounded. 1 minute later, a freshly made F-class super energy beam food was placed in a wooden box by Wu Ming. Okay, this is the whole process, Wu Ming said. Wu Tianshua gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing as if he was thinking about the whole process of Wu Ming's concoction. 3 minutes later, he silently took out 20 bank cards and placed them on the table. Master Wu Ming, I want to see it again. As soon as he said that, Wu Ming almost fell down. Damn. Do you have money and no place to spend it? Wu Ming thought that Wu Tianshua, the little old man, would back off. But who knew that this guy seemed to be against him and wanted to continue learning. However, it was impossible for Wu Ming to reject money. He looked at the 6-digit password written on the bank cards. It was 6 nines, and then he put it away. Then, Wu Ming took out new materials. This time, he was going to concoct an E-class super energy beam. Gathering materials, preliminary weighing, grinding, precise weighing, mixing, putting into the reactor, it was still the same unchanging process. Wu Tianshua looked at it very seriously. His eyes were dry, but he still endured it and watched the whole process. As Wu Ming deducted evolution points, the materials in the reactor began to fuse and gradually turned into a finished product. Do you understand now? Wu Ming put the E-class super energy beam food into the wooden box and asked Wu Tianshua, I understand, but I don't think I understand. Wu Tianshua frowned. Hearing this, Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. This guy wouldn't be fooled by me, right? Or could Wu Tianshua really create a similar method and use biomagnetic fields to concoct super energy beam food? The more Wu Ming thought about it, the more shocked he became. However, he did not doubt Wu Tianshua's ability at all. After all, this old man in front of him was the famous Master Wu, a bone-level domestication grandmaster. I got it. Wu Tianshua suddenly jumped up and stood on Wu Ming's sofa with bright eyes. This scene really gave Wu Ming a fright. Chapter 373. Do you have an idea? Wu Ming was curious. Yes, I don't have a strong biomagnetic field myself, but my pets do. Wu Tianshua's eyes glowed. Wu Ming's eyes flickered. Was Wu Tianshua really going to try this path and use his pet's biomagnetic fields to make evolutionary food? Wu Ming was in deep thought. Good luck. Wu Ming didn't know if this path would work or not, but he still wished Su Ping well. After all, he had received 20 bank cards from Wu Tianshua and had received 20 billion. Of course, he had to say something nice. Master Wu Ming, don't worry. With your guidance, I will succeed. Wu Tianshua jumped off the couch and dashed out of the pet store. Where's he going? Wu Ming went outside and saw Wu Tianshua jumping onto the back of the class, a lightning treasure horse, and galloping down the street under the protection of dozens of pets. Wu Ming scratched his head, wondering what Wu Tianshua was up to this time. Well, I don't have time to worry about him. Wu Ming sat on the couch and told the demon atom beast to keep watch while he focused on the system store. At the moment, the rainbow chameleon only had one Class A talent. That was Class A Super Dragon Transformation. I can't use all my points to upgrade the rainbow chameleon. The demon atom beast is still at Class B. I have to make a Class A evolutionary food for it. But what kind of food is suitable for the demon atom beast? Wu Ming searched aimlessly. 10 minutes later. That's it. Wu Ming's eyes glowed when he saw Class A evolutionary food. He immediately spent 100,000 evolution points to buy it. Greed. Class A recipe. Class A Beast Core X 350 grams. Class B Beast Core X 201 grams. Moonlight Crystal X 333 grams. Radiant Stone X 98 grams and 15 other materials. Evolution points x 5,000. Effect. The pet can acquire the Class A talent, Greed. The pet can become bloodthirsty while hurting the enemy. The pet can keep itself at the peak state at all times. The pet's ability to break defenses is Class. Wu Ming's consciousness came back to reality. He immediately wrote down the formula for the A-class evolutionary food. He had the inner core of an A-class beast, but he did not have the inner core of a B-class beast. He also did not have the radiant stone or the moonlight crystal. He would have to spend money to purchase them. I'll have to spend a lot of money again. That's right. Wu Ming lowered his head and looked at the 20 bank cards on the table. He remembered that there were still 20 billion in them. He wasn't short of money at all. Therefore, he used the heart-linking bug to contact Wang Chilu. Lulu, help me gather these ingredients. I want to use them to concoct evolution food. The ingredients are as follows. After settling this matter, Wu Ming sat on the sofa. 10 minutes later, thump, thump, the sound of a horse's hooves was heard again. Wu Tianxua jumped off the horse with a big smile on his face and trotted over to Wu Ming to sit down. This scene made Wu Ming dumbfounded. He remembered that Wu Tianxua had stepped on the sofa because of excitement. Now, Wu Tianxua seemed to be sitting on his own footprints. Therefore, Wu Ming did not need to wipe the sofa anymore. He felt that perhaps this was the cycle of karma. Master Wu Ming, I just bought a piece of land on Nanwen Street from the mayor's mansion. It's only 100 meters away from your pet store. Please take care of it in the future. Wu Tianxua grinned. What? Wu Ming stood up with a whoosh. You're not going to stay in Garan Castle, are you? Yes. Wu Tianxua nodded. Slap. Wu Ming slapped himself on the forehead. His lips twitched. He wondered if there was something wrong with Wu Tianxua's head. Why would he not stay in Beiyuan City and move to Garan Castle? From now on, I'm your neighbor. Wu Tianxua hurried to get up and walked out of the door. I'll go back and study the biomagnetic field. I'm sure I'll have a result soon. Wu Ming followed him curiously. 100 meters away, there was a 3-story, classical-style coffee shop. The owner had run away with his sister-in-law because he had no money. The mayor's mansion took back the ownership of the coffee shop, and it had been empty. Until today, the rich Wu Tianxua bought the coffee shop with an area of 500 square meters with 30 million and moved in. On the first floor of the coffee shop, Wu Tianxua took out a set of herbs. Following Wu Ming's method, he ground them in a powder and put them in the reactor. Right, I still need to study the biomagnetic field. Wu Tianxua did not notice Wu Ming, who was standing outside the door. Instead, he found a fire phoenix that was about half a meter tall among the dozens of pets. A Class C fire phoenix with Class C fire and Class C magnetic field interference. Is Wu Tianxua really going to use this skill? Wu Ming looked at this scene and couldn't help but think. Right then, another pet stepped out. It was the Class A Lightning BMW. Wu Ming sized up the pet. It had 3 Class A talents, namely Class A Blazing Lightning, Class A Seraphic Speed, and Class A Talent Sharing. Lightning BMW. Use Class A talent sharing and share the Class C magnetic field interference ability with me. Wu Tianxua gave an order. Happy. The Class A Lightning BMW screamed. Its eyes glowed, and a strange purple glow enveloped the Class C Fire Phoenix and Wu Tianxua. Haha, I got it. Wu Tianxua reached out his hands and grabbed at an iron cup in the distance. The iron cup flew toward Wu Tianxua at a speed of several meters per second. However, the next second, the force field reversed and the iron cup flew back. It's done. Wu Tianxua was overjoyed. He held the reactor with both hands and stirred the powder inside. The powder swirled in a counterclockwise direction and gradually gathered toward the center. It looked like it was working. Is it really going to work? Wu Ming opened his eyes wide. He had just made up a lie, saying that he was using the biomagnetic field to make food for evolution. Who would have thought that Wu Tianxua would do an experiment based on his nonsense? More importantly, it looked like it was going to work. Bang! An explosive sound rang out. Wu Tianxua didn't control the speed of the magnetic field properly. The reaction of the powder in the reactor was too intense, and it actually exploded. Clang! Wu Tianxua loosened his grip, and the reactor fell to the ground. Ha! Although I failed, I've really taken the first step. After a few hundred more experiments, I'll definitely succeed." Wu Tianxuo faced the sky and laughed. Wu Ming could see that Wu Tianxuo was spitting out black medicinal dregs from his mouth. His entire face was black, and his eyebrows were almost burned off. However, he still had a smile on his face. Oh my God! Wu Ming was dumbfounded. He felt that Wu Tianxuo was really a very hardworking person. Maybe this guy could really succeed. "Your speed is too fast," Wu Ming said. With his insightful eyes, he could see that the reason why the powder exploded was because Wu Tianxuo's magnetic field speed was too high, causing the powder to react too violently. Seeing how hardworking Wu Tianxuo was, Wu Ming decided to personally guide Wu Tianxuo. "Master Wu Ming, when did you come?" Only now did Wu Tianxuo notice Wu Ming. Chapter 374. "I've been here for a long time," Wu Ming said. "You were so focused that you didn't notice me." Wu Tianxuo remembered Wu Ming's words. He asked at once, "What do you mean? Too fast?" "The rotation speed of the magnetic field," Wu Ming answered, "but this is your first attempt. It's normal that you can't control the rotation speed." "What should I do?" Wu Tianxuo asked at once, like a student asking for advice from his teacher. "Didn't I say? Control the rotation speed." Wu Ming explained. "The rotation speed of the magnetic field must be varied. If the rotation speed is too fast, the reaction will be too violent, which will lead to failure." "But how should I control the rotation speed? Or how should I determine which rotation speed to use when?" Wu Tianxuo was like a student who was humbly asking for advice. Wu Ming fell into silence. He thought about it and said, "Different types of food require different materials and different requirements. So you have to try again and again. Of course, I can give you some guidance." "Okay, I'll keep trying." Wu Tianxuo was full of energy. He took out 19 kinds of materials at once. He had made up his mind. He would start with the simplest type, the F-rank food. "I'm going to make an F-rank speed food. The formula is 150 grams of red primrose, 99. 5 grams of angelica fruit." Wu Tianxuo murmured as he collected the materials. 19 kinds of materials? Wu Ming was surprised. He noticed that the formula for the F-rank speed food Wu Tianxuo had given him was quite different from the one in the pet store. There were red primrose, angelica fruit, and other materials, but there were 4 extra materials that he didn't need. "Is there a problem?" Wu Tianxuo noticed the confusion on Wu Ming's face and hurried to ask. "Just keep the weight of the angelica fruit at 99 grams. Also, get rid of the 5 spices fruit and these 3 materials. Then try again." Wu Ming pointed to the 4 materials on the table and improved the formula for Wu Tianxuo. "But we've always used these 19 materials." Wu Tianxuo found it hard to believe. "That's because you're all wrong." Wu Ming chuckled. "Originally, the angelica fruit only needs 99 grams. I don't know who asked for 99. 5 grams. The extra 0. 5 grams is too strong, so it must be neutralized with the 5 spice fruit and the other 3 medicinal materials. No wonder your formula is so complicated." "How could this be?" The corner of Wu Tianxuo's mouth twitched. The person who came up with this F-grade speed food was him. He had been using this formula for at least 60 years. Moreover, in the world of trainers in Huaxia, this formula was also sought after by many trainers. It was also the most widely circulated F-grade speed food formula. It could be said that this was the official F-grade speed food formula. Now, being ridiculed by Wu Ming, Wu Tianxuo felt very ashamed and couldn't help but blush. "Looks like you still haven't given up." Wu Ming selected the 15 herbs he needed on the spot according to the formula in the system store. He then took the materials and ground them according to the weight he wanted. 10 minutes later, Wu Ming placed the mixed powder into the reactor and deducted 5 evolution points. CI. A strange sound echoed. The powder in the reactor began to fuse and quickly turned into 100 brown evolution food. "Let's take a look." Wu Ming poured the evolution food into an empty wooden box. Then, he threw the reactor aside and sat in front of the coffee shop's counter, making himself a cup of coffee. I want to test it. Wu Tianxua took out a testing device and tested the medicinal properties of the F-grade speed food. Molecular activity 99. 9% quality superior. It's really the most perfect F-grade speed food. It's so much better than the 95% active version I concocted. Moreover, when I used the boiling crystallization method and the ancient alchemy method, only 3 out of every 10 portions of F-grade speed food could produce superior quality. Wu Tianxua continued to test it, and his expression became more and more shocked. He couldn't help but admit that he was too lacking compared to Wu Ming. His opponent was like a god. Master, I was wrong. Wu Tianxua's face turned red. He immediately put down the testing device and began to follow Wu Ming's formula to choose the ingredients. In front of the counter, Wu Ming was in the middle of grinding coffee. The hand-ground coffee here isn't bad. No wonder you spent tens of millions to buy this coffee shop. Wu Ming finished boiling the water and slowly said, I just want to live closer to you, master. I'm not interested in coffee. Wu Tianxua laughed. After the previous incident, Wu Tianxua felt that Wu Ming's ability to improve the formula was too amazing. He actually saw through the problem with just a glance. Therefore, Wu Tianxua consciously called Wu Ming master. I don't know if Wu Tianxua can succeed with my formula. After all, he still lacks 5 evolution points. Wu Ming muttered in his heart while making coffee. His gaze swept across the table. Wu Ming noticed an F-grade beast inner core on the table. Through the inside eye, he found that it contained 50 evolution points. There's a change in the formula. Wu Ming suddenly spoke. He walked to the table and pointed at the F-grade beast inner core. This inner core is exactly 50 grams. Cut off 5 grams and grind it into powder as an energy replenishment material. Okay, Wu Tianxua did not question. After the previous incident, he felt that he should not continue to question Wu Ming. What the other party said must be reasonable. Next, Wu Tianxua began to mix the F-grade speed food. He was China's most experienced A-grade master. When he was 40 years old, he had already become an A-grade master. As an A-grade master for 40 years, mixing evolution food had long become an innate ability that was branded in his body's genes. Gathering materials, weighing, grinding, Wu Tianxua completed every step perfectly. This was a true master craftsman. Wu Ming sat at the side and watched. His insight was always open, allowing him to point out any small mistakes Wu Tianxua made. 10 minutes later, the ingredients were mixed and placed in the reactor. Next is the most crucial fusion stage. You've shared the C-grade Flame Phoenix's C-grade innate ability, magnetic field interference. Just like a microwave, it can cause the ingredients to react. During this process, you must control the strength and speed of the magnetic field well. Wu Ming instructed with a serious expression. He also hoped that Wu Tianxua could succeed. After all, he was Wu Tianxua's teacher. If Wu Tianxua succeeded, then his fame would surpass Wu Tianxua, and he would become a leading figure in China's tamer world. At that time, money would come quickly. Don't worry, master. This time, I will listen to you. Wu Tianxua widened his eyes with a serious expression. Wu Ming liked Wu Tianxua's meticulous attitude. He secretly nodded and said, Let's begin. Whoosh. Wu Tianxua controlled the magnetic field, and the medicinal powder in the reactor began to rotate. The speed wasn't too fast, and the temperature slowly rose. 30 seconds later, the medicinal powder had turned into a molten state. Wu Ming constantly used his insight to observe, allowing Wu Tianxua to control the strength and speed of the magnetic field while recording the data of each stage. Chapter 375. 3 minutes later, the herbs turned into a puddle of liquid and gradually transformed into a solid state. It was the most critical moment. Reduce the rotation speed to 1,000 revolutions per minute. Reduce the rotation speed to 800 revolutions per minute. All right, stop the magnetic field rotation. Maintain the magnetic field strength for 30 seconds. All right, stop the magnetic field. With Wu Ming's guidance and Wu Tianshua's exquisite control ability, this brand new formula of F-grade speed food was finally created. Haha, it's a success. Wu Tianshua was very excited. He put down the reactor and was about to rush over and hug Wu Ming. I'm not interested in men. Wu Ming quickly placed his hand on Wu Tianshua's forehead, not allowing him to come within 1 meter of him. Teacher, you should have said so earlier. I have many young and beautiful female disciples. Why don't I introduce them to you? Wu Tianshua's words were shocking. Puffed. Wu Ming spat out the coffee in his mouth. He really wanted to send Wu Tianshua flying with a kick. You're poisonous. Wu Ming could not help but spit out. I'm your teacher, and your disciples are my grand disciples. How could I do such a thing? Wu Ming would never do something that would mess up the seniority. He admitted that he was a scumbag, but he had his principles. He could not bully his friend's wife. He could not bully other people's wife, except for enemies. He could not mess up the seniority either. Wu Tianshua laughed. Teacher, if I expel all of them from the sect, wouldn't the seniority not be messed up? Wu Ming. He felt that there might be something wrong with Wu Tianshua's brain. All right, you should test the quality of this evolutionary food first. Wu Ming glanced at the brown evolutionary food that had condensed into a lump in the reactor. He felt that this thing was similar to chocolate, but he did not know how it would taste. All right. Wu Tianshua quickly picked up a professional testing instrument and tested this evolutionary food. Molecular activity 88%, quality medium. Wu Tianshua said the test results, and his eyes widened. He seemed very excited. Only average. Wu Ming shook his head and sighed. If he were in Wu Tianshua's shoes, he would be able to concoct a superior grade item. Wu Tianshua was currently using the same formula, but he could only concoct a medium-grade item. The difference was too great, and there was still a lot of room for improvement. Although it's only a medium quality, I succeeded. The more Wu Tianshua spoke, the more excited he became. To him, this was a step that transcended eras. This was because he was using a completely new concoction method. If news of this were spread, it would definitely shock the world. Keep up the good work. Wu Ming wiped his mouth, sat aside, and continued to drink coffee. Wu Tianshua started a new round of experiments according to the previous mixing process. Wu Ming reminded him from time to time. Subsequently, Wu Ming's progress increased at a speed visible to the naked eye, which shocked Wu Ming. First time, medium quality. Fourth time, inferior quality. The 7th time, high quality. 10th time, high quality. Out of the 10 times, although none of them were of superior quality, 2 of them were of superior quality. Wu Tianshua became more and more confident. Teacher, I think I'm going to succeed. Wu Tianshua was excited like an old child. When I return to Baiyuan City, I will definitely introduce you to all the beauties in the celebrity circle. Hearing this, the corner of Wu Ming's mouth twitched. Do you think I'm a ferocious beast? Can I deal with all the beauties in Baiyuan City's celebrity circle alone? If that was the case, wouldn't I die under the peony flower? Wu Ming couldn't help but curl his lips. In fact, to him, Su Qianqian, Lin Yin, Wan Siyu Zhao Shi, Wang Chulu, Yu Suruo, these were enough. After all, there were already almost 20 of them. Wu Ming felt that if there were more, his body wouldn't be able to take it. All right, it's already afternoon. I'll go back first. You should familiarize yourself with it. In short, you have to be good at changing. You can't be too rigid. Before leaving, Wu Ming took a bag of coffee beans. Teacher, take care. If you need any beauties, you can find me at any time. Wu Tianshua shouted. Wu Ming, who had just walked out of the door, staggered and almost fell. The corner of his mouth twitched violently. This disciple of his was too indecent. Wu Ming left quickly, not wanting to listen to Wu Tianshua's words. In the pet store, Wu Ming tried the hand-ground coffee and gradually fell in love with the feeling. Soon, he began to brew coffee and enjoy the peaceful afternoon. Boss, I'm here. A sweet voice rang out. Wu Ming opened his eyes abruptly, only to see a young and beautiful woman in office were standing outside the pet store. Wang Chulu, Lulu, why are you here? Wu Ming stood up abruptly, only to see several female bodyguards in black trench coats behind Wang Chulu. All of them were wearing sunglasses, which made them look valiant and formidable. The female bodyguards were followed by several pets, all of which were the flying and combat type. Looking at the badges on their chests, Wu Ming knew that they were bodyguards hired by the Thunder Spirit Consortium at a high cost. Wang Chulu took a password-protected box and threw herself into Wu Ming's arms, acting like a spoiled child. "Boss, you're so forgetful. I remember that you came to me today to ask for materials. How come you don't remember now?" Wu Ming's eyes flickered. He remembered that he needed the raw materials for the A-rank formula. Greed. Could it be that the password-protected box contained the raw materials? However, Wang Chulu's speed was too fast. Wu Ming opened the password-protected box quickly. Wu Ming smiled as he looked at the B-rank blood-sucking beast core, the shining stone, and the moonlight crystal in the box. "Okay, I'll start right away." Wu Ming didn't hesitate at all. "Teacher, I did it. I really did it. That grade F speed food is already of superior quality." Right then, he heard an excited voice outside the door. Then, under the shocked gazes of Wang Chulu and the female bodyguards, a little old man who had just wiped his face clean rushed into the pet store. He was holding a wooden box in his hand, and on the top of the box was something that looked like chocolate. A rich aroma spread in all directions. Superior quality? Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. He wasn't too surprised. Who was Wu Tianxua, the most famous A-rank master in the Huaxia? The evolutionary food he had made was more than the amount of salt that people ate. Among them, there were more superior quality ones than there were hairs on a cow. The reason why this guy was so excited was that he had made an extraordinary F-rank food for the first time after switching to a new method. It was of epic-making significance. "Okay, keep up the good work," Wu Ming encouraged. "Okay." Wu Tianxua held the wooden box and ran toward the coffee shop that was more than 100 meters away. He didn't even notice Wang Chulu and the others during the whole process. Wang Chulu pointed to the door and said in astonishment, "Sir, why did that guy look so familiar? I think he's Wu Tianxua, the A-rank master from the Beiyuan city." "Yes, that's Wu Tianxua. I'm his teacher." Wu Ming nodded and said casually. "Yes." Wang Chulu and the female bodyguard around her all sucked in a breath of cold air, their jaws dropping. Wu Ming was Wu Tianxua's teacher? How is that possible? Shouldn't Wu Tianxua be Wu Ming's teacher? How come it was the other way around? They couldn't believe it. Chapter 376. Nothing to be surprised about. Wu Ming waved his hand. Then, he remembered something. "Next, I will start to prepare the class a evolutionary food. Send someone to get Wu Tianxua here." "Well, okay, I will go." A female bodyguard adjusted her sunglasses and trotted toward the coffee shop. However, before she could enter, she felt a chill down her spine and froze on the spot. Roar! A Class B saber-toothed tiger was lying on the ground, glaring at her with its green eyes. Apart from this Class B saber-toothed tiger, there were dozens of other pets in the coffee shop. Class C, Class B, and even Class A Lightning BMW. The female bodyguard's face turned pale as she looked at the famous Class A pet. She was convinced that this old man was Wu Tianxua. So, was Wu Ming really Wu Tianxua's teacher? This was too shocking. The female bodyguard's sunglasses almost fell off due to fear. "What are you doing?" Wu Tianxua noticed the female bodyguard and asked in a serious tone. He felt that she was interrupting his work. "Master Wu Hai." "Hello," Mr. Wu Ming said that he is preparing Class A evolutionary food, and he wants you to go and take a look. The female bodyguard's tone was weak. She didn't even dare to look into Wu Tianxua's eyes. "What? My teacher wants to prepare Class A food, and he wants me to go and take a look? That's great." Wu Tianxua was thrilled. He dashed over and accidentally knocked the female bodyguard away for several meters. "Oh my God, Mr. Wu Ming is really Master Wu Tianxua's teacher. My worldview has collapsed." The female bodyguard sat on the ground, completely dumbfounded after hearing Wu Tianxua's mumbling. At the pet store, Wu Ming was grinding materials. Wu Tianxua picked up a small stool and sat down. He stared at Su Ping without even blinking. Wang Qilu and the others stood nearby and watched. On the table, Wu Ming had put all the materials needed for the formula in a glassware and roughly weighed them. I call this method the magnetic field mixing method. My body is special, and I have a strong biological magnetic field. Therefore, I don't need to add anything else as a supplement. Wu Ming explained while grinding the herbs. On Wu Tianxua's forehead, a head-mounted camera had been put on without anyone noticing. What are you doing? Is this a live broadcast? Wu Ming glanced at Wu Tianxua. No, absolutely not. I'm just recording the process of you mixing the evolutionary food. Wu Tianxua waved his hands, claiming that he was definitely not doing a live broadcast. Wu Ming nodded and continued to explain. After selecting the medicinal herbs, I'll grind them into powder. This is to make it easier for the herbs to be mixed. After all the grinding is done, we'll start to accurately weigh them, and then mix them. Remember, during the weighing, you must make sure that there is no wind around and no source of disturbance. This is very important. Even the slightest mistake will affect the ratio between the medicinal ingredients, which in turn will affect the quality of the evolutionary food. If it's more serious, it might even cause the concoction to fail. Wu Ming had a serious look on his face, like a strict teacher. Wu Tianxua nodded, indicating that he understood. After the accurate weighing, the ratio of the medicinal ingredients has been confirmed. Next, we can start to mix them evenly. It's worth noting that the containers used to hold the medicinal powder have a super precise coating, similar to a lotus leaf. This way, when the medicinal powder is poured out, there won't be any residue. Wu Ming continued to explain. Taking advantage of this time, he also finished mixing the medicinal powder. Next, there was only the last step left. The last step is the fusion. My process is a bit different from your magnetic field interference. You could just watch. Wu Ming said. The meaning behind his words was clear. My method is very special. You won't be able to learn it. Just watch. After saying that, Wu Ming deducted 5,000 evolution points. Chi. The medicinal powder began to fuse, releasing a dazzling light, and instantly turned into a molten state. Hiss! Wu Tianxua sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He felt that Wu Ming was not mixing evolutionary food, but refining pills. It was just like those ancient alchemists recorded in ancient books. The entire process was magnificent. This was the first time the bodyguards saw Wu Ming's evolution process. Even if they were wearing sunglasses, they still felt that it was very dazzling. The medicinal ingredients in the reactor were like molten iron. So dazzling. Wang Qilu immediately turned her face away and used her hand to block her line of sight, preventing her eyes from being blinded by the light. Done. After a minute, Wu Ming opened his mouth. The medicinal ingredients in the reactor had already completely fused, turning into an irregular sphere. The light on the surface had already disappeared, turning it into a pale gold color. A rich fragrance spread in all directions, refreshing the mind. You succeeded just like that? Wu Tianxua moved closer to take a look, and his eyes widened. He still could not understand how Wu Ming was able to perfectly fuse the medicinal powder. Moreover, it even emitted light and heat, making it look like a small sun. Wu Tianxua would never have thought that Wu Ming was using cheats. He had used 5,000 evolution points to accomplish this. Teacher, let me test its quality. Wu Tianxua whistled. The A-grade Lightning BMW rushed over with the testing device in its mouth and handed it over to him. On the table, Wu Tianxua was holding the testing device, examining this brand-new class evolutionary food. Molecular activity 99, 98%, quality superior, F*CK, F*CK. What the F*CK? A superior class, a evolutionary food. The entire world will be shocked if this gets out. Wu Tianxua threw down the testing device, shocked. In the current world of pets, S-rank trainers could come and go as they pleased. Basically, they would never show up in public. Therefore, Class S evolutionary food was almost impossible to find. Because of this, Class A evolutionary food was the highest grade that most of the top people could get their hands on at the moment. A transcendent grade A weapon was truly the king of kings. Okay, that's the mixing process. Wu Ming paid no attention to Wu Tianshua's shock. Go back and continue your research. It's almost time for dinner. I have to get ready for dinner. Speaking of which, Wu Ming darted a look at Wang Chulu, who was standing next to him. He could tell that she was eager. Yes, sir. Wu Tianshua put on the testing device. He was still shocked and could not calm down for a long time. In the coffee shop, Wu Tianshua sat in front of the counter and watched the video over and over again. He was amazed by Wu Ming's perfect mixing process. There was nothing to nitpick about. At the pet store, Wu Ming fed the class avarice to the demonic atomic beast, causing the black mist to gradually turn into a golden color, and finally into a dark gold color. Whoosh! It turned back into a bracelet and was put on Wu Ming's left wrist. Finally, Wu Ming breathed in relief. At the moment, the demon atom beast had reached Class A. He finally had 2 Class A pets. Next, he would train the Nether Lord, which had evolved from a ghost cat, to Class A as well. Then, he would meet the unlocking condition. Chapter 377. Boss, I'm hungry. Wang Chulu could tell that the demon atomic beast was fine. She held Wu Ming's left hand with both hands and put her hands on it, transmitting her gentleness to him. Wu Ming suddenly felt a burst of restlessness. At this moment, he didn't even want to have dinner. He just wanted to eat. Wang Chulu there. Wang Chulu giggled and said, Boss, no dinner. I'm starving. I don't have the strength. When the female bodyguards heard this, their faces flushed red. Okay, let's go eat. Wu Ming was also hungry. He went to the pet store. They sat on Long DeBayo's back and flew to the Ultra Beast Center Tower. They landed from the top floor and went to the restaurant. Wu Ming, hello. The owner of the restaurant greeted them at once. The fact that Wu Ming was the lord of the Garan Castle hadn't been made public yet. Not many people knew about it. However, even if he didn't rely on his title, Wu Ming's performance in the national competition and the respect that the mayor was showing to Wu Ming, anyone with eyes could tell that Wu Ming was at the peak of his power in the Garan Castle. Offending him was worse than offending the mayor. In a private room in the restaurant, Wu Ming, Wang Chulu, and the female bodyguards sat down and enjoyed the delicious food of the Garan Castle. At first, the female bodyguards didn't dare to sit with Wu Ming. After all, this mysterious and handsome young master in front of them was the boss of the Thunder Spirit conglomerate and their real boss. In addition, he was Wu Tianshua's teacher. Finally, Wu Ming was a peak A-rank trainer who could concoct super-grade A-rank evolutionary food. All these things made Wu Ming a godlike man. Let's eat. Wu Ming took a bite of the steak and said to the female bodyguards who were sitting at the table and didn't dare to eat, Thank you, boss. The female bodyguards took off their sunglasses and showed their faces. Wu Ming glanced at them. These female bodyguards had pretty good looks. Their skin was a healthy wheat color, and they looked valiant. They had a different kind of beauty. Among ordinary people, she could be considered to be of the upper class. Of course, he couldn't compare to Wang Chulu and Linyin. The entire dinner was heartwarming. 8:00 p.m. Wu Ming and Wang Chulu went back to the pet store. The female bodyguards stayed in a newly opened hotel on Nanwen Street, which was only a few hundred meters away from the pet store. In fact, with Wu Ming around, they didn't need to worry about Wang Chulu's safety for the time being. On the second floor, Boss, is Sanyang not here? Wang Chulu hugged Wu Ming's strong waist and asked softly. She's currently in a manor outside the city. Wu Ming looked into the distance. That was the direction of the manor by the lake. At first, this manor was Zhou Nana's territory. Later, it became the territory of the Spirit Demon Assassins Guild. Now, it was Wu Ming's territory. That place was dozens of kilometers away from Garan Castle. Since the Garan Castle needed to be expanded, this manor happened to be surrounded by a circular fortification with a diameter of 100 kilometers. Soon, the manor was considered to be within the city limits. As an assassin, Yi Sanyang went to the manor by the lake, mainly to assist LV Luo and Zhang Fenghua in building a new branch of the Spirit Demon Assassins Guild. Let's not talk about Sanyang. Let's play a game. Wu Ming laughed. Okay. Wang Chulu understood immediately. The battle at night was very fierce. More than 100 meters away, in a coffee shop, Wu Tianxua installed a camera on the counter, opened the pet website, and used his official account to start a live broadcast. Hello everyone. I'm Wu Tianxua from Baiyuan City. Tonight, I'm going to continue my live broadcast. I'm going to show you a new way to mix evolutionary food that I've learned. Wu Tianxua smiled at the camera. When facing the audience, he was still unconventional. He didn't even shave. As soon as Wu Tianxua started his live broadcast, it was posted on the homepage of the pet website, attracting tens of millions of viewers. Mr. Wu, you're in such a good state of mind. Mr. Wu, hello. Many people commented, wanting to be in the front row. Let's cut to the chase. I, Wu Tianxua, will now show you a brand new way to mix evolutionary food. It's called the magnetic field modulation method. Wu Tianxua didn't waste any more time. He started the live broadcast because he wanted to announce this brand new method to the entire Huaxia. He wanted to encourage other trainers to move forward bravely and promote the world of trainers in the Huaxia Empire to become more prosperous and powerful. I'm going to mix an F-grade speed food with a brand new and improved formula. The specific formula is as follows. First of all, material selection. Next, grind it into powder. Next, measure it accurately. Next, pour it into the reactor and mix it. Wu Tianxua explained as he operated. The audience was shocked, especially those from the Nanjiang region. Almost all of them recognized that this was Wu Ming's method for the national competition. Damn, what's going on? Did Master Wu steal Wu Ming's method? You're wrong. Wu Ming must have stolen Master Wu's method. Master Wu is the one who created it. T. The audience cursed at each other, causing a sensation. At the Jialan Institute, Su Ying, Gu Xiaocheng, and Mu Wanyan had moved to their respective residences. They were watching the show on TV with their mouths wide open in surprise. Isn't this Brother Wu's method? They found it all too familiar. Many people who knew Wu Ming began to call Wu Ming or send him VX messages to ask about it. But Wu Ming didn't know. At the moment, he was playing games with Wang Chulu. He was so happy that he even muted his phone. At the coffee shop, the powder has been mixed. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Wu Tianxua faced the camera and held the reactor with both hands. With the help of the Lightning BMW, he shared the C-grade talent of the Fiery Phoenix, magnetic field interference. What happened next surprised the audience. The powder in the reactor began to swirl and heat up. It began to fuse into a solid state similar to chocolate. It worked. Next, let's test the quality. Wu Tianxua took out a testing device and aimed the screen at the camera to test. Molecular activity 93. 7%. Quality superior. Once again, I have used the magnetic field mixing method to mix an F-grade food for superior speed. Wonderful. Wu Tianxua showed his result in front of the camera. This piece of evolutionary food was condensed into a lump and looked exactly like chocolate. The audience was dumbfounded. Many trainers were stunned by the formula that Wu Tianxua had announced. This formula is very different from the previous ones. Look, the spiced nuts and the 3 herbs are gone. The angelica fruit has gone from 5 grams to 99 grams. Well, there are 5 grams of F-grade beast cores. Is this a new formula that Master Wu has improved? Trainers from all over the country were talking about this. At the coffee shop, Wu Tianxua finished the demonstration of the F-grade food and stood in front of the camera with a serious face. Do you want to know when I learned this new magnetic field mixing method? Now, I will tell you. Today, I came to Garan Castle, this beautiful and rich new city. I became the disciple of the genius trainer, Mr. Wu Ming. Under his guidance, I successfully learned this method. Even the formula for this F-grade food was improved by him. All of this is thanks to my teacher, Wu Ming. I believe that my teacher must be watching the live broadcast in front of the screen. Therefore, I have something to say to you. Sir, Thank you so much. With the magnetic field mixing method that you taught me, I believe that I can become a legendary S-grade trainer in my lifetime. Thank you, sir. I know that you must be watching. With that said, Wu Tianxua turned off the live broadcast. Then, he happily ran out of the coffee shop and stood on the street, looking at the pet store that was more than 100 meters away. The lights were on. This was Wu Ming's habit. When he slept, he liked to turn on the street lamp on the first floor. Sure enough, my teacher is watching. At this moment, he must be proud to have a student like me. Never mind. It's past 10 at night. I won't disturb my teacher. I'm going to rest. Wu Tianxua went back to the coffee shop and began to write a summary of the mixing process and reflect on some minor problems. On the second floor of the pet store, Wu Ming was still playing with Wang Chulu. He didn't watch the live broadcast at all. He didn't know that his name had been spread across the country again. Oh my God, did I hear that right? Master Wu Tianxua is Wu Ming's student. This advanced magnetic field mixing method was invented by Wu Ming. Even the recipe of the evolutionary food was improved by Wu Ming. Isn't he only at the C rank? *T. My worldview has collapsed. Across the country, many people were paralyzed in their seats. The news that night was so shocking that they couldn't sleep. Nanjiang City. Puffed. Luo Shudai spat out the tea in her mouth. She looked at Lin Yin in shock. Wu Ming is really amazing, whether it's in his career or in bed. Lin Yin whispered. A moment later, Lin Yin noticed that Luo Shudai was even more shocked. Only then did she realize that she had said something wrong. She hurried to change the subject. The East Sea City. The Pang family. The charming Xia Jingxian watched the live broadcast. She didn't feel well. Damn that Wu Ming. He is Wu Tianxua's teacher. With Wu Tianxua's connections, it will be difficult to do anything to Wu Ming. She frowned. The news that Wu Ming is Wu Tianxua's teacher is like a tornado, blowing across the country, causing shock. Jialan Academy. Diana was lying on her soft bed. She couldn't help but sit up straight when she saw the live broadcast. Wu Ming is Wu Tianxua's teacher. Diana didn't think she could wrap her head around this. If people were to know that Wu Ming had become the honorary principal of the Jialan Academy, the academy would become famous. I can't believe I got such a good deal. Diana lay on her bed and stared at the ceiling. Her heart was racing. Wu Ming's handsome face appeared in her sight. For a moment, she couldn't help but blush. Chapter 378. Wu Ming is amazing. Diana pressed her red lips together. He is the perfect man. It is a blessing that I can rely on him. In the past, Diana thought that all men were bad. At first, she only wanted to make use of Wu Ming. However, after meeting this man in person, she realized that she had gradually fallen in love with him. She was falling deeper and deeper. At the pet store, Wu Ming hadn't fought for a long time. This time, he didn't fall asleep with Wang Chulu in his arms until the latter half of the night. The next morning, at 10 o'clock a.m., Wu Ming woke up slowly. Wang Chulu was still sleeping next to him. She was so beautiful that it was a feast for the eyes. Let me see what time it is. Wu Ming yawned and picked up his phone. He saw more than 100 missed calls and thousands of messages for VX. His eyes widened. What the hell? What the hell? Why are there so many missed calls and messages? Diana, Lin Yin, Luo Shudai, Wan Siyu, the mayor of the Garan Castle. Dozens of people have called me. Some of them have called me several times. Wu Ming's heart was very confused. He quickly opened VX and saw the messages from the dozens of people who had pinned him to the top. The first one was from Lin Yin. You are Master Wu Tianxua's teacher. That is amazing. Is it true? Seeing this message, Wu Ming was dumbfounded. How did the news that he was Wu Tianxua's teacher spread so fast? Even Lin Yin knew. Wu Ming was patient and continued to flip through the pages. Diana, Wan Siyu, Huang Samba, Suing. At least 100 people had sent him VX messages, all about Wu Ming being Wu Tianxua's student. Some people had mentioned the live stream. Wu Ming hurried to read the news. Wu Ming was dumbfounded after watching the replay of the live stream last night. Damn it, This little old man actually turned on a live stream and even said, "Teacher, I know you're watching," to the camera. I'm really speechless. I fought until late at night last night. What am I supposed to watch? Although I've watched the replay now, it's still the same as watching. Wu Ming sat on the bed and couldn't help but pat his forehead. He felt that there was something wrong with Wu Tianshua's brain. This kind of thing was actually broadcasted live. Especially that line, "Teacher, I know you're watching." It left Wu Ming speechless. "I was watching the game last night and didn't look at you," Wu Ming complained at his heart. Yes. Beside him, Wang Chulu let out a cat-like cry. She stretched lazily and hugged Wu Ming's waist. "Boss, I still want to—" "Me too." Wu Ming had a belly full of anger. He put down the phone, and it was another hearty battle. 12 o'clock at noon. Wu Ming and Wang Chulu had just finished washing up, changed into a new set of clothes, and sat on the sofa on the first floor. Now it's the Garan Castle noon news. Our reporter is at the cafe on Nanwen Street and has obtained a 1-minute live interview with Class A Master Wu Tianxia. "Hello, Master Wu. Is Trainer Wu Ming really your teacher?" The television in the pet shop was broadcasting the Garan Castle noon news. On the screen, a sweet-looking female reporter was interviewing Wu Tianxia. "Yes, he's my teacher. This is a brand-new magnetic field allocation method. It was invented by my teacher, Wu Ming, and he taught it to me. Teacher, I know you're watching. I, Wu Tianxia, will definitely become a legendary Class S trainer. Please rest assured." Bang! Wu Ming turned off the TV. He was so embarrassed that he could dig out 3 rooms and a living room. Wang Chulu was looking at her phone. She leaned her head on Wu Ming's shoulder, and her pretty face was full of happiness. "Boss, look at the forum on the pet shop's official website. It's all about you." Wu Ming turned on his phone. On the forum. Shocking. Wu Tianxua's teacher is Wu Ming. I heard that Wu Ming is only a Class D or Class C trainer. How can he be Wu Tianxua's teacher? It should be that Wu Tianxua wants to help Wu Ming, the younger generation, so he said that, right? Let's find out the history of Wu Ming's fortune. Shocking. Wu Ming is the big boss behind the Thunder Spirit conglomerate in Nanjiang City. He's worth trillions, and he's single. I want to marry Wu Ming. There were many similar posts, and the discussion was quite popular. Wu Ming glanced through them and felt depressed. Knock, knock, knock. Right then, he heard someone knocking on the door. Recently, Wu Ming had added curtains. Therefore, although the door was made of glass, people outside could not see what was going on inside. "Who is it?" Wu Ming shouted. "Sir, it's me. Are you awake?" Wu Tianxua's excited voice came from outside the door. He could also hear many footsteps. It seemed that the reporters from the Garan Castle had followed him. "Boss, I'll go upstairs first." Wang Chila knew that she could not appear in the public eye. She hurried up to the bedroom on the second floor, lay on the bed, and browsed through the forum. In a lobby on the first floor, Wu Ming opened the door. Wu Tianxua, the beautiful reporter Shi Peishan, other staff members of the TV station, Huang Samba, Wan Siyu, and hundreds of people gathered on the street in front of the pet shop. Wu Ming looked over. There were still many people on the street. It was very lively, as if a huge shopping mall was opening for a discount. There were at least tens of thousands of people. So many people. Su Ping couldn't help but curl his lips. It was all Wu Tianxua's fault for turning on a live stream. Otherwise, why would there be so many people gathered around the pet shop? "Sir, you're finally awake. Did you watch the live stream too late last night?" Wu Tianxua chuckled. Yes, yes. Wu Ming nodded. After saying that, he couldn't help but blush. "Sir, I know you're watching. Do you think there's anything I need to improve on when I mixed the Class F speed food last night?" Wu Tianxua asked at once. The female reporter Shi Peishan had already passed the microphone to him. The cameraman was also filming the scene. That was only a Class F evolution food. Given your level, you can totally deal with it. Next, you can start mixing Class E evolution food. Wu Ming had seen the replay of the live stream and understood the cause and effect. When you're familiar with it, you can mix Class D, Class C, Class B, and Class A, step by step. Thank you for your guidance, sir. Hearing this, Wu Tianxua felt as if he had taken a calming pill. He was more confident in himself. Okay, let's not gather here. I like peace and quiet. Wu Ming looked at the crowd and felt helpless. He had to wave his hand. Bang! Wu Ming closed the door, drew the curtains, and sat on the couch. Through the crack in the window, he saw the sea of people outside. Wu Ming felt depressed. Time can dilute many things. By tomorrow or the day after, the heat of this matter should be able to die down. Wu Ming mumbled. Then, he picked up his phone and replied to the people who had sent him the VX message. He also asked one CU to bring him lunch. Chapter 379. On the sofa. After Wu Ming asked one CU to bring 2 lunches, he continued to reply to everyone who sent him messages. Most of them were asking if Wu Ming was Wu Tianxua's teacher. To this, Wu Ming's answer was yes. Ding dong. Diana sent 3 voice messages. President Wu Ming. So you're actually the teacher of A-level Master Wu Tianxua. It seems that Jialan School has really picked up a treasure. President Wu Ming, I'd like to treat you to a meal. May I? After listening to these 3 messages, Wu Ming thought for a moment and replied, There's a sea of people on Nanwen Street now. It's not convenient for me to go out. Let's do it in a few days. Okay, Diana replied immediately. Jialan School, President's office. Diana opened the door of the President's lounge next to the office. Standing in front of a huge, full-length mirror, she looked at herself with a perfect figure and was very satisfied. It seems that I have to dress up properly. Diana licked her red lips. She was a strong woman who did things decisively. If she met someone she didn't like, she would sternly refuse and even fight. But if she met someone she liked, she would strongly pursue him. It could be said that her personality was very distinct. Dozens of kilometers away, Yi Sen-yang swayed her slender waist and walked to a pavilion in the manor by the lake. She sat in front of Jiang Fenghua and LV Luo and put down her phone. Boss is completely famous now. Plus, Wu Tianxua stayed in Garan Castle. I think that soon there will be many big forces moving in. This place will become a mixed bag of good and bad. Yi Sen-yang's voice was cold. She was an assassin. Except for appearing like a little girl in front of Wu Ming, she maintained the indifference of an assassin in front of others. We're assassins. It's enough to maintain order in the dark. The city's security is under the city lord's mansion. Jiang Fenghua expressed her opinion. She used to be in the assassin world in Nanjiang City. Her understanding of these things was deeper than LV Luo and Yi Sen-yang. I think we should listen to Wu Ming. LV Luo expressed her personal opinion. He's the lord, the real controller of Garan Castle. Just listen to him. That's true. Yi Sen-yang and Jiang Fenghua both agreed. No matter how the 3 of them discussed, the final decision was still in the hands of feudal Lord Wu Ming. The pet store. Accompanied by Xiao Long, Wan Xiu leaped over the crowd and entered the store with 2 lunches. She saw Wu Ming and Wang Chulu. Sister Lulu. Wan Xiu had met Wang Chulu, Yu Suruo, and Jiu Yue back in Nanjiang City. Thank you for bringing us food. Have you eaten? Wang Chulu coiled her hair and sat down. Yes, you guys can eat. Wan Xiu sat on the side, resting her chin on her hands. She watched Wu Ming eat and felt happy. Are the people outside still here? Wu Ming asked. Most of them are gone. A small number of them gather in the coffee shop to observe Master Wu, Wan Xiu explained. That's good. Wu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. If there was anything in the future, he would let Wu Tianxua attract the public's attention. As for Wu Ming, he felt that he still needed to keep a low profile. After all, he still had the laboratory as an enemy. It was really inappropriate to be too high profile. After eating, Wu Ming drank coffee and quietly enjoyed the tranquility of the afternoon. Looking at Wan Xiu and Wang Chulu, who were massaging his shoulders and back, Wu Ming grinned. The news that Wu Tianxua had left in Garan Castle caused a huge commotion in Beiyuan City. The leaders of the major forces could not sit still. This was a top A-level master. If he left Beiyuan City, it would definitely be a huge loss for Beiyuan City. After the national competition, Garan Castle, which Wu Tianxua had entered, once again became the topic of discussion. For a time, Many forces were preparing to enter Garan Castle. This city was destined to become a place of dispute. At this moment, Wu Ming did not know about this. He had just finished a tiring battle. Lying on the bed, he looked at the two beauties beside him. Sigh, the energy for lunch has been used up just like that. No wonder I have been eating so much without gaining weight. There's a reason for this. Wu Ming said helplessly. Boss, in the future, I will follow you and learn the secret of losing weight from you, okay? Wang Chulu said in a coquettish voice. Brother Wu, I also want to lose weight. Yu bit her red lips and spat out these words. After saying that, her whole body was so shy that her face turned red. The corner of Wu Ming's mouth twitched. Losing weight was indeed possible, but it was really too tiring. In the afternoon, Wu Ming put on the third-generation dragon scale armor and sat on Long DeBao's back with Wang Chulu and Wan Siyu, who were also wearing third-generation dragon scale armors. They flew to the brick factory more than 50 kilometers away. It's Master Wu Ming. Who are the other two people? Judging by their size, they should be two beauties. Master Wu Ming is indeed worthy of his reputation. He has two beauties with him when he goes out. I'm so jealous. Don't be jealous. You can do it when you have money. The crowd noticed that Wu Ming had left the pet store. They pointed in the direction he went and started a discussion. At the brick factory, 1,001 brick beasts were working hard. For them, making bricks was like eating. Therefore, they could work 24 hours a day. With their help, millions of bricks could be made in one day. Hello, Lord. The mayor of the Yuyuan city had become the director of the brick factory. He was in charge of the production of black pattern bricks. Looking at the two beauties standing next to Wu Ming, the mayor of the Yuyuan city secretly praised Wu Ming for being a playboy. However, he was the lord of the Garan Castle, the real controller. He could have dozens of beauties, let alone two, because Wu Ming had the ability to do so. How was the production of black pattern bricks going? Wu Ming asked. Don't worry, Lord. With the help of the brick beasts, the production of black pattern bricks has been increasing. I have also bought more than a dozen electric eels, according to your instructions. They can generate continuous electricity to provide energy for the electric furnace. The bricks can be baked 24 hours a day. The mayor of the Yuyuan city began to report. Now, we have 5 million black pattern bricks. That many. Wu Ming's eyes glowed. 5 million bricks. They could start selling. Didn't some people pre-order black pattern bricks? Tell them to come and pick them up. Wu Ming ordered. Right, the black pattern bricks are bigger than before. Therefore, when it comes to selling, sell the old black pattern bricks first, and then sell the new square pattern bricks. Okay. The mayor of the Yuyuan city received the order and immediately contacted the customers who had pre-ordered black pattern bricks. At the same time, the extra black pattern bricks were delivered to the construction site of the fortifications. The construction site of the powerful fortifications was in full swing. At the same time, many forces in the Baiyuan city, Nanjiang City, Donghai City, and other major cities had heard that Wu Tianxua had come to the Garan Castle. All of them sent representatives to the Garan Castle. They all wanted to know if this city had the potential to be an investment. If it did, they would definitely move in. Chapter 380. The decisions of the major forces and the arrival of many representatives had stirred up a storm in Garan Castle. The next morning, Wu Ming woke up slowly. Wang Chulu didn't plan to go back to Nanjiang City. At the moment, she was accompanying Wu Ming as his secretary. Wan Siyu had gone back to the Jialan Academy for classes. She had studied under Wu Ming before. Now, she was working with Su Ying as an assistant teacher at the Jialan Academy. Wu Ming had said that being a shop assistant for the rest of one's life was not ideal. Therefore, Wan Siyu had decided to study hard at the Jialan Academy and strive to become a qualified trainer as soon as possible. This was also Wu Ming's wish. The pet store. Boss, I think we can all move to Garan Castle. That way, it'll be easier for us to contact you, Wang Chulu suggested to Wu Ming. I've had this idea for a long time. Wu Ming said, I think it's too dangerous for the dozen of you to stay in Nanjiang City. Also, Ju should come to Garan Castle as well. Wu Ming had this plan for a long time. However, the facilities in Garan Castle hadn't been built yet. It wasn't suitable for them to move there yet. Boss, I think we can move here now. I just did some research. There's a piece of grassland behind the pet store. We can build a villa there and open a back door from the pet store. Wang Chulu put a map of the city on the table. Wu Ming looked at it. Nanwen Street was the original outskirts of Garan Castle. There was only a row of houses on both sides of the street. Bypassing these houses was an open space, grassland, or woods. There was an open space behind the pet store. This area was more than 100 meters long and 80 meters wide. There was a 10-meter wide river near the pet store. The riverside was filled with willows and green embankments. The scenery was beautiful. The open space across the river was suitable for building a new villa. Okay, let's start building the villa now. Wu Ming made a call at once and had the mayor's office start the construction. As for the design, Wang Chulu had it. In less than an hour, the geological survey report on the other side of the river came out. The foundation there was not bad. It was suitable for building a 5-story luxury villa to satisfy Wang Chulu's office and life. That day, some pets began to help dig the foundation. Meanwhile, an arch bridge was being built over the river behind the pet store. The bridge was made of stone, with railings and reliefs. It was quite classical. In the blink of an eye, it was nighttime. You can move in after a while. Wu Ming looked at the construction site in full swing and found that the foundation had been dug and could be built tomorrow. So he said to Wang Chu, who was snuggling in his arms. With the help of pets, the construction of the villa was fast. Moreover, the cement formula had been improved and solidified very quickly. 7 days was enough to build a villa. Of course, this was only the main body. There were still water, electricity, renovation, and other projects to be completed. In total, it would take more than half a month. Thank you, boss, Wang Chulu whispered. She met Wu Ming's clear eyes and blushed. Boss, it's night again. Wu Ming looked out of the window. There were still many people on the streets of Nanwen Street. Since the arrival of Class A Master Wu Tianxua, this street had become more lively than the pedestrian street in the center of Garan Castle. All the shops on the street had been bought by businessmen. There were shops selling sesame cakes, skewers, bars, shopping malls, and other places. Nanwen Street is getting more and more lively. Wu Ming mumbled. At this rate, this street would only become more and more prosperous. There would be more and more people. It would never be deserted. When other cities began to move, there would be more people. Although Wu Ming was helpless, he, as the Lord of Garan Castle, would benefit the most when there were more people. He accepted it with a bitter smile. Bang, bang, bang. Wu Ming carried Wang Chulu to the second floor and gently placed her on the soft and comfortable bed. Boss, be gentle, Wang Chulu whispered softly. Okay. The next morning, there were many new faces in Garan Castle. There were people from other cities. Some were from the city lord's office, and some were representatives of the corporations. They were all on their way to Nanwen Street. In front of the coffee shop, many people were there. Move, move. Don't disturb us. We are visiting Master Wu. Move. We are representatives of the Zhou Group from the EC City. We are here to visit Master Wu. Irrelevant people, please leave. A group of people walked over. They had many pets with them. Some were of Class D and Class C. As for Class B pets, they hadn't shown up yet. However, in Jialan City, even if it was just a D-level pet, it was still intimidating enough to be associated with the EC City, Nanjiang City, and Beiyuan City, given the name of a tycoon. In an instant, most people stepped back like a tide. They stared at those majestic pets with fear in their eyes. They didn't have the courage to fight. In front of the coffee shop, dozens of representatives of the major corporations were standing in front of the door. They bowed to the coffee shop and shouted, Master Wu, good morning. Good morning? Wu Tianxuo cursed. He threw a coffee cup to the ground, and it broke into pieces. This is all your fault. I went through so much trouble to prepare a class, eat cold light evolution food. Now you've ruined it. I'm so angry. Wu Tianxuo's voice was filled with anger. The next second, he rushed out and stood on the street, bristling with anger. He clenched his fists and his face was covered in dust. Clearly, the mixing process had failed and an explosion had occurred. Master Wu. The corporate representative's heartbeats quickened when they saw how furious he was, and they trembled in fear. Get the hell out of here. Wu Tianxue usually had a good temper. However, he could be in a bad mood when there was one thing. That was someone was disturbing him when he was mixing the evolution food. At the moment, all those people were disturbing him. Wu Tianxue was angry. Happy. The Class A Lightning BMW walked out of the coffee shop. It could feel the anger of its owner, Wu Tianxue. It glanced at the representatives of the major corporations coldly. Whoosh! As the Class A Lightning BMW breathed out a gust of wind, the representatives of the major corporations and their pets were all blown away. Some fell into the sewers, some fell to the ground, and some flew to the roof and hung there. The citizens of the Garan Castle were inexplicably pleased to see this. What's going on? At this moment, Wu Ming walked out of the pet store. He had just washed up and put on some hair gel. He looked energetic, clean, and handsome. Wu Ming. The citizens cheered. Wu Ming, the pride of the Garan Castle. As citizens of the Garan Castle, they felt proud. When Wu Tianxue saw Wu Ming, he jogged over and told him what had happened. Sir, good morning. Wu Ming put his hands behind his back and snorted when he heard that people from other cities dared to act so presumptuously in the Garan Castle. The Garan Castle is my territory. Here, I don't care which city you're from or which corporation you're from. Since you're in the Garan Castle, you have to follow the rules. If you dare to bully the weak and break the rules in the Garan Castle, then don't blame me for being rude. Wu Ming's voice was domineering. The citizens of the Garan Castle felt a warmth in their hearts. The people of the major forces were gloomy. Chapter 381. Did you hear that? Wu Ming pointed at those corporate representatives who were flaunting their authority with a cold expression. He was the lord of Garan Castle. He was the most powerful person in the castle. These people had just arrived, but they were already acting very arrogantly. They even maliciously hurt people on the way. They were too overbearing. Wu Ming felt that he had to stand up and uphold justice for the people of Garan Castle. The people of the major corporations looked at each other and saw the unwillingness in each other's eyes. Who did Wu Ming think he was? Master Wu was a grade A tamer. It was one thing for him to reprimand them, but Wu Ming was only a grade C tamer at most. He was nothing in front of the major corporations. These people didn't know that Wu Ming was already a grade A tamer since he could concoct grade evolutionary food. Not many people in Garan Castle knew about it. However, they didn't announce it. Seeing that the people of the major corporations didn't respond, Wu Tianxue glared at them and said, "What's wrong? You don't agree with what my teacher, Mr. Wu Ming, just said?" Roar. Wu Tianxue's grade B saber-toothed tiger roared to support its master. The grade A Lightning BMW also stood on the road and looked askance at the people of the major corporations. It didn't take them seriously at all. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. No one had expected Wu Tianxue to be so respectful to Wu Ming. He even took the initiative to support him. For a moment, many people were sweating profusely. We're convinced by Wu Ming. When we enter Garan Castle in the future, we won't be so rude and overbearing anymore. Please forgive us, Wu Ming. The people of the major corporations apologized one after another. Everyone lowered their heads, their faces sullen. They felt that they were too unlucky. In their eyes, being rude and overbearing in Garan Castle was nothing. The main thing was that they disturbed Wu Tianxue and caused him to fail in concocting the evolutionary food. If it weren't for that, Wu Tianxue wouldn't be angry. All right, let's go. Wu Tianxue began to chase them away. In the future, don't disturb me when I'm mixing the evolutionary food, understand? Got it. The people from the various major forces left. Peace returned to the streets. Teacher, I encountered a lot of problems when I was concocting the classy evolutionary food. I might need your guidance. Wu Tianxue said to Wu Ming. Sure, I'll give you some pointers. Wu Ming nodded and walked into the cafe with Wu Tianxua. On the streets, everyone was shocked when they saw this. The fact that Wu Tianxua, a grade A grandmaster, was so respectful to Wu Ming was truly shocking. Could it be that Wu Ming was really that powerful? For a moment, everyone looked at Wu Ming and felt that he was like a god. They couldn't help but respect him. With such feelings, the citizens gradually left. It was 3 in the afternoon. Wu Ming ended his instruction to Wu Tianxua, picked up a bag of coffee beans, and slowly left the coffee shop. Looking at the time, he decided to patrol the brick factory. In the brick factory, the production was in full swing. Since the 1001 brick beasts helped, the production of black pattern bricks had gradually increased. The first batch of black pattern bricks had already been delivered to the customers who had pre-ordered, and the final payment had been smoothly received. Instantly earning tens of millions, Wu Ming was very happy. "Sir Lord, how do you feel?" The Wuyuan City Lord was like a follower, always following Wu Ming and occasionally asking him about his opinion on the brick factory. "Not bad. The production speed is very fast." Wu Ming nodded. The daily production speed of millions of black pattern bricks was really good. However, when Wu Ming did some calculations, he found that the construction of the Garan Castle fortifications would require at least 1 billion black pattern bricks. At this rate, it would take a year to complete. Wu Ming felt that he had to speed up. For example, expanding the plantation area, increasing the investment, expanding the brick factory, and so on. "Sir Lord, the construction of the circular wall has already begun. Why don't we go and take a look?" At this time, the Wuyuan City Lord suggested. "Okay." Wu Ming nodded. 10 minutes later, high up in the sky, Wu Ming, the Wuyuan City Lord, and the Garan Castle Lord stood on the back of the flying beast, looking down at the Garan Castle below. The old city walls were not large, at most, with a diameter of 10 to 20 kilometers. After the expansion of the Garan Castle, the outer city walls formed a defensive circle with a diameter of 100 kilometers. This range was quite large. "Sir Lord, look." The Garan Castle Lord pointed to the foundation pit that had already been dug. "Now, the foundation pit has been dug. Currently, we are purchasing large quantities of steel bars, cement, sand, and other building materials. We will be able to gather them in half a month." "Yes, very good." Wu Ming nodded. "Sir Lord, the main body of our city wall is made of reinforced concrete. The outer and inner walls are made of black pattern bricks. We use the method of gradual pouring. First, we use black pattern bricks to build the inner and outer walls. Then, we pour the bricks in between the inner and outer walls. Every time we pour the bricks, we can raise the height by about 5 meters. According to this progress, if the production of black pattern bricks can keep up, we will be able to build the fortifications in a month." The Garan Castle Lord was very familiar with the construction of cities. In this aspect, he was considered a veteran. Wu Ming listened to many of their suggestions and agreed. However, the construction funds are still not enough. The Wuyuan City Lord spoke with an awkward expression. "Why is it not enough?" Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. "Didn't you say that we have trillions of funds? Some of it is external debt that can't be collected immediately. Also, the construction of all the fortifications. The previous budget was 100 billion, but now, I feel that it will be at least 1 trillion. The Wuyuan City Lord explained. "Is that so?" Wu Ming frowned slightly. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. "Lord Wu Ming, it is indeed so." The secretary of the Garan Castle Lord Mansion took out a tablet and handed the latest budget to Wu Ming. "There is still a shortfall of 200 billion. After reading the financial report, Wu Ming's face was not very good. He fell into deep thought. 1 minute later, Wu Ming said, "The wool comes from the sheep's back. The enterprises of the major cities, those who have the money to contribute, those who have the strength to contribute, especially those who want to enter Jialan City. We can allow them to enter, but they must contribute for free." All the lords present gave him a thumbs up. "My lord, you have a brilliant idea. This is definitely a brilliant plan." The lords of the Garan Castle kept flattering Su Ping. "Let's follow this plan. With Wu Tianxua in charge of the Garan Castle, we don't have to worry about people from other big corporations not moving into the Garan Castle. These are all really fat meat. Once we take a bite, our mouths will be full of oil. It will be enough for us to build the city. With that said, Wu Ming told the others to continue with their work. He stood on Long DeBayo's back and flew to the pet store. 5:30 in the afternoon. At the pet store, Wu Ming looked at the many herbs in front of him and took a deep breath. Then he began to mix the rune fruit and the super sticky liquid, 2 Class F evolutionary food. Boss, have some tea. Wang Chulu made a cup of tea and put it aside. She leaned over to Wu Ming's ear and breathed a sweet fragrance. Lulu, you are so sweet, Wu Ming praised. He turned around and happened to see a large patch of white in front of Wang Chulu. Boss, this is nothing. I can be even more considerate at night. Wang Chulu winked at Wu Ming, hinting at something. Chapter 382. Wu Ming narrowed his eyes at Wang Chulu's words. Caring? Soon, he understood what Wang Chulu meant. He grinned. Prepare dinner first. When I'm done with the evolution food, I will not only be caring with you, but I will also learn from you. Okay. Wang Chulu ordered takeout right away. Cook. The pet store didn't even have a decent kitchen and there were no ingredients. Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. That was the situation they were in right now. Therefore, they had to order takeout. At the coffee table, Wu Ming was in deep thought. It was too difficult to produce 1 billion black pattern bricks in a month. To meet this requirement, he had to have enough demon fruits. Based on the output of each exploding coconut tree, he would have to plant at least 10 times more. That meant he would have to buy 900 seeds of the exploding coconut trees and then mix 900 portions of demon fruits as evolution food. That would require too many consumables. Can I increase the output of a single tree? Wu Ming bit the tip of the pen. The next second, he thought of an evolution food. F-level, self-healing food. If all the exploding coconut trees were equipped with F-level, self-healing talent, wouldn't they be able to produce fruits faster? Wu Ming consulted the system at once. No, the system gave him a different answer. Picking the demon fruits and the super sticky coconut trees wouldn't hurt the exploding coconut trees. Therefore, F-level self-healing food wouldn't work. What formula can increase the output? Also at least 10 times more. Of course, I can shorten the ripening period of the fruits. Wu Ming bit his lips and frowned. He kept thinking, I'll have to look in the pet store. He leaned back on the couch and closed his eyes. He entered the pet store with his consciousness and began to look for similar formulas. F-level rapid growth. F-level production increase. Found it. These are the 2 evolution foods. Wu Ming spent 300 evolution points and bought the formulas for the 2 F-level evolution foods. F-level rapid growth. Increase the ripening period of the fruits of the plant family by 3 times. F-level production increase. Increase the fruit yield of the plant family by 4 times. 3 times 4 is equal to 12. With these 2 talents, the output of the exploding coconut tree could be increased by 12 times. I have to hurry and prepare the materials. Wu Ming immediately called Su Qianqian and asked her to transfer the herbs from the super affordable mall. 6:30 p.m. The takeout arrived first. Wang Chulu and Wu Ming had dinner. 8:30 p.m. Su Qianqian drove the sports car in person, followed by a truck. She delivered all the materials that Wu Ming needed to the pet store. Wu Ming, the herbs are here. Su Qianqian walked into the pet store and saw Wu Ming and Wang Chulu sitting on the couch. Looking at this stunning beauty who was even prettier than herself, Su Qianqian was stunned for a moment before she felt a little jealous. But soon, she said softly, all the herbs are here. The original price was 1 million, but since Wu Ming needs them, I will give them to you on behalf of the super affordable mall. Thank you. Wu Ming expressed his gratitude. He stood up slowly and walked out with Su Qianqian. The streetlights were not very bright. Wu Ming put his hand on Su Qianqian's delicate chin and said, How can I thank you? Come on, you already have someone. Su Qianqian acted coquettishly and broke free from Wu Ming's hand. Her beautiful long legs stepped over the railing, and she got into the sports car. She snorted and drove the sports car. Soon, they disappeared at the end of the street. It's really hard to deal with. Wu Ming put his hand on his forehead. He felt that he had too many female confidants. For the moment, he couldn't deal with all of them. At the pet store, Wu Ming sat in his seat and Wang Chulu helped him grind the herbs. The speed was much faster. More than 100 portions of the Class F rapid growth food and Class F yield increase food were needed for each of the two types of food. In total, there were more than 200 portions. That was a lot. 5 minutes for one portion. That's more than a dozen hours. Wu Ming was stressed. Boss, don't worry. I won't be intimate with you tonight. Business is more important. Wang Chulu grinned at Wu Ming while grinding the herbs. In order to be intimate with you as soon as possible, I have to speed up. Wu Ming grinned. That night, Wu Ming didn't go to sleep. Neither did Wang Chulu. They worked from 8:30 p.m. until 12 noon the next day. Finally, they finished mixing more than 200 portions of the food and put them in different wooden boxes. I'm so tired. Wu Ming looked at the wooden boxes on the table and heaved a sigh of relief. He leaned against the couch and took a nap. Wang Chulu was also sleepy. However, she still gave Wu Ming a massage to help him relieve his fatigue. 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Ming and Wang Chulu arrived at the plantation. Master, you're here. The giant ape of the hill saw Wu Ming and hurried over to greet him. Then it glanced at Wang Chulu and thought she was too thin. After becoming a new human being, the giant ape of the hill's aesthetic had changed. It preferred those who were super busty. As for the so-called beautiful women, in its eyes, they were too thin, as if they were malnourished. Wu Ming pointed at the wooden boxes on the ground and said, I've added more food. I concocted more than 200 portions of evolution food. They're grade F yield increase and grade F rapid growth respectively. They're stored in red and yellow wooden boxes and fed to all the explosive coconut trees in the plantation for them to absorb. The giant ape of the hill nodded. Okay. Wu Ming left with Wang Chulu after leaving the task to the giant ape of the hill. After lunch, Wu Ming and Wang Chulu finally had time to rest. On the second floor of the pet store, the two of them had finished bathing. Boss, you're so considerate. Ha. In the plantation, the giant ape of the hill was feeding the two types of food to the exploding coconut trees. Oh my God, the yield has increased so much. It was surprised to find that the total number of coconuts on each exploding coconut tree had increased by 4 times. As a result, the tops of the trees were heavy. If it weren't for the fact that the exploding coconut trees were Class F pets of the plant family and had strong trunks, they would have been crushed. Well, the growth rate has increased by 3 times. The giant ape of the hill found another key point. Previously, it would have to wait until the next day for the fruits to ripen. But now, 7 hours were enough. The yield has increased by 12 times. In the end, the giant ape of the hill reached this conclusion. It immediately called the mayor of the Garan Castle, the mayor's residence. All the mayors were thrilled to hear that the yield of the fruits and the super sticky liquid had increased by more than 10 times. Great! Based on the current yield of the fruits, we can produce at least 1 billion black pattern bricks every month. Our city's fortifications will be built very quickly. Yes, the manager of the plantation said that it's all thanks to the evolution food that our Lord has prepared. Otherwise, the yield wouldn't have increased so much. Our Lord is truly a god. The mayors began to flatter Wu Ming. In the pet store, Wu Ming and Wang Chulu were sitting on the couch in each other's arms. They were looking at the beautiful night view outside the window with happy smiles on their faces. Boss, Zhao Yue, and the others will be moving here tomorrow. Will you be able to handle it? Wang Chulu asked gently. Hearing that, Wu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 383. So soon? The villa on the other side of the river hasn't been built yet. Isn't it too hasty to come over at this time? Wu Ming couldn't help but ask. He was definitely not worried that there would be too many people, and he couldn't handle it. He just felt that it wasn't the right time yet. They said that life without you is too boring, and they all want to move here as soon as possible. With that, Wang Chula winked at him. Well, let's wait until the villa is built. When Wu Ming thought of so many people in the Thunder Spirit Villa, he felt as if he was facing a group of fierce tigers coming down from the mountain. More than a dozen people. Damn it! Wang Chulu instantly understood what Wu Ming meant. She came up with a plan. Actually, we can give everyone a number. Different numbers correspond to different dates. Boss, what do you think? Wu Ming immediately gave her a thumbs up. He felt that Wang Chulu was really too considerate. Lulu, you're so smart. Wu Ming praised. I'm the director of the president's office, and I graduated from a famous school. If I can't handle this well, how can I become a business elite? Wang Chulu smiled sweetly. Looking at her beautiful face, Wu Ming smiled evilly. Come on, consider it. Under the night sky, a figure quietly approached Garan Castle. If Jia Yue was here, she would definitely recognize her. This was the new family head of the Pang family of the East Sea City, the charming woman Xia Jingxian. At this moment, Xia Jingxian was sitting on the back of a flying pet. Tonight, there was no moon or stars in the sky. It was extremely dark. On the ground, every house had its lights on, especially the fortifications of Garan Castle. The circular area, with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers, was brightly lit. At night, it looked even more spectacular and visually impactful. What a Garan Castle! Xia Jingxian's eyes narrowed. She felt that the fortifications below were really strong. The scale was huge. Once built, the level of defense would not be inferior to the central cities, such as the East Sea City, Beiyuan City, and Nanjiang City. According to the information, Jiue, this be *TCH, became Wu Ming's subordinate, and Wu Ming is the one who killed the old master of the Pang family. Xia Jingxian whispered. The purpose of his visit this time was to investigate the situation. It seems that Garan Castle is developing very quickly. I heard that 20 cities are going to be integrated into this place. With a large population and abundant resources, I have to arrange for people to move into Garan Castle and get a share of the profits. Xia Jingxian whispered. If the laboratory wanted to do new research, it couldn't do without a huge amount of funds. As a subordinate of a laboratory, her main task was to provide funds for the laboratory. Because of this, that was why Xia Jingxian had snuck into the Pang family. And now, the Pang family's assets were under her control, which indirectly brought a lot of money to the laboratory. With my strength, can I assassinate Wu Ming? However, since Wu Qianxua is in the Garan Castle, the lightning horse must be there too. I'd better not attack recklessly. Xia Jingxian frowned. Whoosh! The flying pet turned around and flew toward the East Sea City. Xia Jingxian decided to wait for Wu Ming and Wu Tianxua to be further away before looking for an opportunity to assassinate Wu Ming. Something's wrong. Why do I have to assassinate him? Wu Ming is a genius trainer. He is worth a lot to recruit. With my charm, I can definitely make him fall head over heels for me. By then, I can control him. Ha ha ha. Xia Jingxian chuckled. At the pet store, Wu Ming was engaged in a fierce battle. He didn't fall asleep until late at night. At the moment, the construction of the fortifications was in full swing. More than half of the funds had been collected, which was enough for the time being. Next, they just had to wait quietly, and the fortifications of the city would be completed smoothly. As for the shortfall of 200 billion, Wu Ming would find a way to make up for it, even if the tycoons of the major cities didn't pay. The next morning, Wu Ming woke up. His phone rang. Hello. Wu Ming picked it up. We're on our way. Jia Yue's voice came from the phone. Wu Ming trembled and sat up straight. So soon? Wu Ming was surprised. They want to see you as soon as possible. Based on our speed, we'll arrive at Garan Castle this afternoon. Have you prepared our new residence? Jia Yue asked. Wu Ming didn't know what to say. Yu Siruo and the other girls were in too much of a hurry. He thought about it and answered, the new villa is still under construction. It won't be ready until the end of the month. If you come over, you can live in the Ultra B Center Tower for the time being. That place was about 10 kilometers away from the pet store. Although it was a bit far, the top few floors of the Ultra B Center Tower were empty, private high-rise villas. In the past, those villas belonged to the mayor of Garan Castle. But recently, in order to please Wu Ming, the mayor of Garan Castle had gifted the top 5 floors of the Ultra B Center Tower to Wu Ming. That place could be transformed into Yu Suruo's new office. As for their residents, they could move in after the villa on the other side of the river was built. Wu Ming thought it would be better to separate the office and the residence. Okay. Jiao Yue's voice came from the other end of the phone. Then, she hung up the phone. Thousands of kilometers away, in the sky, Jiao Yue was wearing the 3rd-generation dragon scale armor. She was sitting on the back of the giant venomous bee, a Class B pet, at the peak. She looked back at the huge team of flying pets behind her. Most of the pets were Class D. A few were Class C. Those pets were the property of the Thunder Spirit conglomerate. As a super conglomerate, how could it not have a special flying team? Usually, the flying teams had their own tasks. But today was different. They had only one task, which was to relocate the headquarters of the Thunder Spirit conglomerate. Since there were dozens of pets, Yu Suruo and the other business elites moved the entire Thunder Spirit conglomerate's villa. The sports car in the basement was packed up and carried by the flying pets to fly quickly. That's enough of these girls. Jiao Yue shook her head. The total amount of luggage for this relocation was more than 100 tons. Besides, most of the things were personal belongings of Yu Suruo and the other girls. At the pet store, Wu Ming had been busy for the whole day. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We're here. Jiao Yue called him again. Wu Ming sat on Long Debao's back at once and flew into the sky. He saw dozens of flying pets floating on the top of the Ultra B Center Tower. He was so shocked that he almost fell off Long Debao's back. So many. They moved everything from the Thunder Spirit conglomerate's villa, didn't they? Wu Ming saw some of the packaging. He found that the cars, cabinets, beds, tables, chairs, and couches had all been moved over. When women move, there's so many things. Wu Ming couldn't help but exclaim. Whoosh! He told Long Debao to fly to the Ultra B Center Tower. On the way, he called a large number of security guards to help Yu Suruo and the others move their luggage. On the top floor of the Ultra B Center Tower. Boss, we missed you so much. Yu Suruo and the others swarmed over and surrounded Wu Ming, making him look like an ancient emperor. Chapter 384. It's good that you're here. Wu Ming smiled, but his heart was pounding. How can I handle all of them coming at once? He wanted to say that his heart was bitter. Boss, what do you want to eat tonight? Boss, I want to take a bath with you. Boss, let's play a game for the two of us. Yu Siluo, Li Shuang, and other beauties surrounded Wu Ming and expressed their thoughts one by one. Wu Ming's face was bitter. He didn't know how to answer. Jiao Yue was the most honest. She said in front of everyone, Aren't you hungry after a day's journey? Let's eat dinner first. Wu Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, let's eat first. We'll talk about the rest later. After that, Wu Ming led everyone to the private restaurant on the 5th floor from the bottom. He ordered a lot of dishes and called Wang Chilu, Su Qianqian, and Wan Siyu to eat together. It was a way to introduce them to each other. The whole dinner was warm and happy. The beauties talked and laughed. 8 p.m. Everyone was full and returned to the hotel on the 4th floor from the bottom. They would stay there temporarily, in the corridor. Boss, stay at my place tonight. Li Shuang grabbed Wu Ming's collar. Her sexy red lips moved slightly as she blew air into his ear. Of course, no problem. Wu Ming agreed readily. If it was only Li Shuang, of course, there was no pressure at all. Boss, we want to stay too. However, the next moment, Yu Siluo, Wang Chilu, and the others all came out of their rooms and surrounded Wu Ming. Even Wan Siyu and Su Qianqian came to join the fun. Except for Jiao Yue, everyone who was having dinner with him tonight was here. Gulp. Wu Ming swallowed a mouthful of saliva and smiled bitterly. Then, Li Shuang pulled him into her room. After that, They went to the other rooms. That night, Wu Ming was really tired. The next morning, Wu Ming supported himself against the wall and sat on Long Debao's back. After resting for a while and eating several pounds of steak, he finally recovered his strength. So tired, Wu Ming ate and drank to his heart's content. He went back to the pet store and slept until noon. He was woken up by someone knocking on the door. "Teacher, I have a question for you." It was A-class Grandmaster Wu Tianxua. Wu Ming went downstairs with 2 dark circles under his eyes. He yawned and looked sleepy. "Is there a problem?" Wu Ming asked. "Teacher, what happened to you?" Wu Tianxua sniffed and found that Wu Ming had a strong perfume smell on his body. Moreover, there were many smells, more than a dozen. If not for Wu Tianxua's sharp sense of smell as a top-notch Grandmaster tamer, an ordinary person would not have been able to smell it. "I got it." Wu Tianxua chuckled. "Teacher, you must be tired. I have a recipe that can be used to brew wine. It will make you 100 times more energetic." "Really?" Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. "Of course. When I was young, I was much more romantic than you. The reason why I can still be so energetic at the age of 80 is because of that recipe." Wu Tianxua wore a mysterious look. "Tell me about it. I'm interested." The smile on Wu Ming's face grew wider and wider. "I'll use a 10-year-old tiger fruit, a 9-year-old true bear tree root, a 25-year-old strengthening fruit, and 18 other ingredients. After drying them, I'll use them to brew wine. After a month, I'll be able to drink it." Wu Tianxua whispered. Wu Ming memorized the materials and analyzed their properties. He felt he had discovered a new continent. He secretly praised Wu Tianxua for being an A-class Grandmaster. He could even come up with such a recipe. Su Ping only wanted to say 2 words: awesome. Next, Wu Ming spent an hour helping Wu Tianxua improve the recipes of several E-class evolutionary food so that he could use the magnetic field method to make them. 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Ming collected all the materials Wu Tianxua had mentioned and improved them on the basis. The effect was improved by at least 30%. Then, he began to brew the wine. You can drink it after a month of brewing. Wu Ming looked at the large vat of medicinal wine in the pet store. There were at least 300 pounds in it. It was enough for him to improve his physical abilities to the extraordinary stage. "In the future, I will fight 100 people." Wu Ming clenched his fists and curled his lips. After driving away the tyrannical tycoon's representatives, they had been quiet for a few days. Finally, they sent new representatives. The mayor's residence. Dozens of representatives sat in their seats, looking at the 21 mayors, including the mayor of the Garan Castle. The Garan Castle's requirements are too high, aren't they? That's right. The entry fee alone is 1 billion. Also, there's a 10% tariff. We can't agree to this. We strongly disagree. The dozens of tycoons' representatives stood up, agitated. They could consider if the entry fee was 1 billion. However, there was an additional 10% tariff. For them, it was a trap. What right did the Garan Castle have to collect tariffs? "This is the rule of our lord." The mayor of the Garan Castle crossed his arms. "If you don't agree, we can't let you in." The other tycoons' representatives flew into a rage. In the past, if the mayor of the Garan Castle dared to talk to them like this, they would have beaten him up. But now, the Garan Castle had the support of Wu Ming and Wu Tianxua. Even the representatives of the major families would not dare to be too arrogant. "Right, Lord." "What Lord?" "Wu Ming is the Lord." Some tycoons' representatives remembered this key word and were surprised. "You heard it right. The real ruler of the Garan Castle is not us, but the Lord. He has the Lord's ring given to him by the mayor of Nanjiang City, Wang Defa. He's the Lord of the Garan Castle. Within this area, he's the Lord. You don't want to listen to his decision." Are you courting death? The 21 city lords present all crossed their arms, their faces full of complacency. The dozens of corporate representatives all stood up in disbelief when they heard this. "Impossible. There are only 3 lords' rings in the whole of Huaxia. They're more valuable than a top aristocratic family. How could the mayor of Nanjiang City, Wang Defa, be willing to give it to Wu Ming. Call Wu Ming over. The tycoon's representatives started to jeer. Thud, thud, thud. There were heavy footsteps approaching. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Wu Ming walking into the meeting room of the mayor's residence with his hands behind his back. Good afternoon, Lord. The 21 mayors stood up at the same time and bowed respectfully to Wu Ming. No need for formalities. Wu Ming sat in the empty main seat and deliberately put his right hand with the Lord's ring on it on the table. He gently tapped on it to attract the attention of the other tycoons. It's really the Lord's ring. Oh my God! Wu Ming is really an honorable lord. He's in charge of everything within the Garan castle. The expressions of the tycoons' representatives changed. They quickly left their seats and stood in the open space, bowing to Wu Ming. Their foreheads were covered in cold sweat. Wu Ming was actually the lord. In terms of status, he was not inferior to the mayors of Nanjiang City, Yici City, and Beiyuan City. He was even higher than the 4 aristocratic families of Yici City and the 6 aristocratic families of Nanjiang City. Such a person could not be publicly offended. Otherwise, they would be going against the mayor of Nanjiang City, Wang Defa. The consequences would be unimaginable. Sit down. Wu Ming waved his hand. Next, let's discuss the fees for the tycoons. Chapter 385. Yes, the representatives of the major corporations immediately took their seats. Since Wu Ming was the lord of Garan Castle, his status was completely different. Even if Wu Ming used to be from an ordinary background, he was definitely not ordinary now. Even if he wasn't Wu Qianshua's teacher, he was still the person most valued by the lord of Nanjiang City, Wang Defa. With this powerful lord of a central city as his backer, Wu Ming couldn't be provoked. In Garan Castle, his words couldn't be disobeyed. Moreover, Wu Ming was personally acknowledged by Wu Tianshua as his teacher. In the world of trainers, his status could be said to be at the top of the pyramid. The scene quickly quieted down. Wu Ming slowly said, "As you all know, Garan Castle is about to merge with 21 cities, and the total population will exceed 20 million. The resources of the 21 cities will also be integrated and developed. The potential is huge. In addition, you all have seen with your own eyes that my student, Wu Qianshua, has already settled in Garan Castle. He will definitely bring a lot of valuable traffic to Garan Castle. Of course, our Garan Castle's specialty products are also not bad. For example, the recently produced black pattern bricks. This material is durable and durable. Its strength is comparable to superalloy steel. It is the best material for top-level fortifications. These are all the advantages of Garan Castle. If the major corporations settle in, they will definitely make a lot of money in the future. In comparison, 1 billion is not a lot." Wu Ming's voice was very calm, as if he was talking about something trivial. The representatives of the major corporations were tempted. Indeed, the factors that Wu Ming mentioned were all very competitive. They were enough to make Garan Castle a super-large city, second only to the 3 central cities. The sooner the major corporations settled in, the more they could earn. Otherwise, when the major powers were formed in the later stages, it would be almost impossible to open up the market. At that time, not to mention eating meat, even soup would be impossible. The representative of a major corporation expressed his stance. 1 billion is indeed not a lot. If it's all paid in one go without any follow-up fees, our corporation will definitely be more than willing. Another corporation representative nodded and said, "This is indeed not a problem. We can afford a mere 1 billion. The problem is that the 10% tariff is indeed too high. If they wanted to sell their products in Garan Castle, or if they wanted to buy something from Garan Castle, they would have to pay 1/10 more. Thus, the cost would be high. At that time, the price would have to be set high. Otherwise, he would suffer a loss. Once the price went up, fewer people would buy it. After all, not everyone's purchasing power was very strong. If they could lower the price appropriately, they would be able to make small profits, but quick turnover. It was also a way to open up the market. But now, they were choked by the tariff. A 10% tariff is not high at all. Wu Ming shook his head and continued. Many materials, such as pig iron, have tariffs of up to 20%. I only charge 10%. Is that really high? It's not tall, is it? Everyone was speechless when they heard this. A representative said, Lord Wu Ming, please listen to me. Garan Castle, Donghai City, and Nanjiang City are all cities in Huaxia. Since they are in the same country, why are there tariffs? Generally speaking, tariffs are only required for import and export. That's why we strongly oppose it. We feel that there is no need for Garan Castle to set tariffs. The other representatives nodded. This person said what they wanted to say. The 21 city lords also felt that it made sense. However, from a standpoint of Garan Castle, they all supported the tariffs. If they did this, they could just lie down and collect money. Okay, I can forego the tariffs. At this moment, Wu Ming's voice suddenly rang out. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that exploded in everyone's ears. Forgo the tariffs? The representatives of the major corporations widened their eyes, as if they were dreaming. I can forego the tariffs, but I want to collect taxes. Wu Ming changed the topic. Do you understand what I mean? The representatives of the major corporations raised their eyebrows. Finally, they understood what Wu Ming meant. Previously, he deliberately mentioned tariffs to scare them. But now, ordinary taxes were the main point. You'll have to pay taxes when your income exceeds a certain amount. For example, if your monthly income exceeds 3,000, you'll have to pay taxes. Of course, the financial income of the major corporations will have to pay taxes as well. Taxes are unavoidable. As long as you meet the income requirements, you'll have to pay taxes. If you don't pay, you'll be going against me, Wu Ming. Do you understand? Wu Ming looked around with a dignified look. In the past, these taxes would have to be paid to the Pet Alliance. But now, Wu Ming was the lord of Garan Castle. After the taxes were paid, they would eventually become his income. If it weren't for this, why would he develop Garan Castle? At the end of the day, it was for the taxes. One of the representatives couldn't help but ask, how do you calculate the tax ratio? They had to pay taxes every month. And they had to pay a lot of taxes, often millions or tens of millions. For them, paying taxes had become a habit. Of course, they wouldn't avoid it. However, the key question was how much to pay. According to the standards set by the Pet Alliance, Wu Ming said, and looked at the mayor of Garan Castle and the others. Do you remember? Yes. The 21 mayors nodded. So be it. Wu Ming stood up slowly, not giving the representatives of the major corporations a chance to refute. In the future, for the foreign chambers of commerce that want to settle down in Garan Castle, adjust the fees appropriately according to their size. The ratio can be controlled from 1,000th to 100th. Wu Ming reminded them again. Okay. The mayor of Garan Castle nodded. Let's make an analogy. For example, if a $1 trillion corporation like the Thunder Spirit Corporation wanted to settle down in Garan Castle, they would have to pay at least 1,000th, which was 1 billion. For the highest price, they could even pay 100th of their size, which was 10 billion. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Everyone looked at Wu Ming's departing figure and breathed a sigh of relief. They felt the pressure on their bodies lessen a lot. In the past, they wouldn't have been afraid of Wu Ming at all. However, Wu Ming had become the lord of Garan Castle. In Garan Castle, no one dared to offend him. On the same day, these dozens of corporations all paid the fees. In just one day, nearly 100 billion was deposited into the public account of the mayor of Garan Castle. Another 100 billion, and we'll have enough funds for the fortifications. The mayor of Garan Castle looked at the extra 100 billion in the background with excitement in his eyes. We can ask the chambers of commerce in the major cities to donate some of their money. In total, it may be tens of billions. The mayor of Wu Yuan City suggested. Cities like Garan Castle had at least several local companies that were worth tens of billions. There were even companies that were worth hundreds of billions. If each company donated 100 million, the total amount of money from dozens of cities would be tens of billions. Okay, let's do it. We won't force them to donate. However, we can give the companies that donate some benefits in the future. The mayor of Garan Castle was very good at handling this kind of matter. When the others heard this, they kept nodding, indicating that it was a good idea. A few more days passed. More and more corporations moved into Garan Castle, bringing in tens of billions in fees. As for the local companies, families, and corporations of Garan Castle, Wuyuan City, and the other 21 cities, they also donated one after another. In just a few days, a total of more than 200 billion entered the account. All the funds for the fortifications of Garan Castle had been gathered. They no longer had to worry about the lack of funds. 300 meters in the air, Wu Ming sat on Long DeBayo's back. Looking at the construction site in full swing below, he nodded with satisfaction. He felt that the mayor of Garan Castle and the others were very good at their work. According to this progress, the fortifications will be completed by the end of this month. Wu Ming smiled. He was looking forward to the future of Garan Castle. Chapter 386. While the fortifications were being built, the construction inside the Garan Castle was also in full swing. At this stage, the construction of new streets in the city was going on. Construction teams from the Wuyuan City and other cities had also moved to the Garan Castle, forming a construction team with hundreds of thousands of people. Beside the new streets of the Garan Castle, many tall buildings were rising from the ground. Every once in a while, a man-made lake would be dug, a man-made river would be built, or a park would be built. On the surface of some important buildings, a layer of super viscous slurry with a thickness of nearly 1 millimeter would be sprayed. When this material was completely solidified, it would be as strong as a superalloy. This material could be used to protect important buildings. For example, the vault and the storage of herbs. However, the production of super viscous slurry was not as good as that of black pattern bricks. Also, the super viscous slurry was much more expensive than black pattern bricks. Therefore, super viscous slurry was only suitable for use as a bonding agent and surface spraying. This way, materials could be saved. At the pet store, Wu Ming woke up. He stood on the roof and looked at the 5-story villa on the other side of the river. Some super viscous slurry had been added to the building materials of this villa. Therefore, the floor was hardening fast. A total of 5 days had passed since a few days ago. The main body of this 5-story villa had been built. At the moment, both the interior and exterior walls were being renovated at the same time. It seems that the renovation of the villa will be done in half a month. This is twice as fast as I expected. Wu Ming made some calculations. Whoosh! He sat on Long DeBayo's back and flew up to a height of 1,000 meters. He looked down at the construction site that was in full swing. The fortifications had been built to a height of 5 meters. The foundation was originally about 10 meters deep, 20 meters wide, and 100 kilometers in diameter. Just building the foundation took about half a month, which cost hundreds of billions of dollars. However, after the foundation was laid, the subsequent construction was much easier. First, the inner and outer walls would be stacked with black pattern bricks. Then, the middle part would be poured with concrete. It was like building a dam. As long as there was enough capital, the construction could be done quickly. At the moment, the city wall was 5 meters above the ground. Looking from afar, the entire city wall looked majestic. That's fast, Wu Ming praised. Although the city wall was only 5 meters above the ground, which didn't sound very high. In fact, it was already a height that ordinary people couldn't climb over without the help of external forces. At this time, the city walls had a certain level of defensive capability. The city lord's mansion had already begun to arrange for the relocation of the ordinary residents of Wuyuan City and other cities. The ice Quetzalcoatlus, the hot yellow duck, and the other Class C pets were all deployed to protect the residents and resources on the road. 10 minutes later, Wu Ming returned to the surface. After breakfast, he went to the coffee shop to give Wu Tianhua some pointers. 10 in the morning. Ring, ring, ring. Wu Ming's cell phone rang. It was a call from Dean Diana of the Jialan Institute. Hello, Dean Anna. What's the matter? Wu Ming answered the phone with a smile. Diana said, It's like this. This afternoon, there will be a high-level meeting in the academy. I would like to invite you to attend it. Wu Ming asked what time. Diana said about 11:30. It'll be over in half an hour. Then, I'll treat you to lunch. Wu Ming said, no problem. Diana was overjoyed. Thank you so much. This afternoon, I will express my gratitude. Wu Ming nodded. Don't mention it. With that said, the two of them hung up. Wu Ming finished giving pointers to Wu Tianxua and went back to the pet store. He looked at the nether sovereign standing on the table, thinking about what kind of evolution path he should let it take. One of the requirements of the advanced store could only be unlocked if 3 Class A pets were trained. Therefore, Wu Ming felt that his next priority was to train the nether sovereign. In the past few days, the nether sovereign had successfully reached the peak of Class D. The next step was to consume Class C evolutionary food and Class C evolution crystals to break through to Class C. The nether sovereign is a cat after all. Its main evolution path should be a combination of agility, area of effect damage, and mind control. Wu Ming made his decision. With that said, he immersed his consciousness in the system store and began to search for Class C evolutionary food for speed, claws, mind control, and so on. He was going to use them to upgrade the nether sovereign. 10 minutes later, Wu Ming selected 5 types of Class C evolutionary food. Class C speed, Class C blazing claws, Class C spirit shock, Class C eye of the storm, Class C super defense. These were the 5 talents that Wu Ming had selected for the ghost cat. However, because he was missing a few materials, Wu Ming had to call Wan Siyu first. Currently, Wan Siyu was Su Ying's teaching assistant and had access to the materials of the Jialan school. Brother Wu, I have gathered all the materials. You can pick them up when you come to the school today. Soon, Wan Siyu sent a VX message to Wu Ming. Wu Ming looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock. Time to go to the Jialan school. Wu Ming sat on Little Tyrant's back and disappeared at the end of the street with a whoosh. 11:10 in the morning. Wu Ming stood in front of the school building. He stretched out his hand and pinched Wan Siyu's delicate chin. Siyu, you're really capable. Brother Wu, you flatter me. Wan Siyu's chin was pinched by Wu Ming. She blushed and quickly ran away when she noticed that there were people around. This girl. Wu Ming shook his head and looked at the small leather case in his hand. There were more than a dozen kinds of herbs in it. They were used to concoct Class C evolutionary food for the Netherworld Sovereign. 10 minutes later, Dean's office. Wu Ming sat on the sofa and looked at Diana, who was reviewing the school's important documents in front of the computer. He noticed that she was wearing black stockings and a V-neck short-sleeved shirt, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. It was very attractive. Diana was also wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. From time to time, she would use her slender fingers to push the glasses up, making her look even more intellectual and beautiful. A serious woman is so beautiful. Wu Ming couldn't help but praise. On the seat, Diana blushed slightly when she heard that. If it was a hooligan who said that, she would definitely rush up and teach him a lesson with a falling flower palm. But it was Wu Ming who said that. As the dean of Jialan School and a Class C beast tamer, her information network was very well informed. Now, she already knew that Wu Ming was not only Wu Tianxua's teacher, but also the lord of Garan Castle. It was impossible for Diana not to understand what this meant. In Garan Castle, as long as she had a relationship with Wu Ming, her future would be smooth. She could also avoid being harassed by those people in Beiyuan City. Knock, knock, knock. After a crisp knock on the door, a beautiful young woman with long wavy hair in an office lady's suit walked in. Deans, the meeting is about to begin. The woman with long wavy hair was Diana's secretary. Her name was Li Jiaer. She was young and beautiful with long legs. She was also a beast tamer and beast tamer. Both of them had reached Class F, and she was Diana's right-hand woman. Okay, I'll be right there. Diana packed up her things and picked up a tablet. She walked up to Wu Ming and bowed to him. Dean Wu. Wu Ming raised his head subconsciously. What entered his eyes was a sea of white. He was about to look away when he saw that Diana's face was less than half a meter away from his face. He could smell her fragrance. The meeting is about to begin. It was only then that Diana said the second half of her sentence. Her breath was like orchids, and her tone was a little ambiguous. Wu Ming also noticed that Diana was winking at him. There was no way he didn't understand what she meant. Chapter 387. Okay, let's start the meeting. Wu Ming stood up. Diana's words and actions had explained everything. It seemed that he didn't need to go back to the pet store that afternoon. Maybe he didn't need to go back tonight either. 5 minutes later, in the meeting room of the Garand School, there was a long table that was 3 meters wide and 10 meters long. Wu Ming sat across from Diana. On both sides of him were the dean and vice dean. Li Jia, the dean's secretary, sat next to Diana. Next, let's start the meeting. Diana was in charge of the meeting. She first mentioned some teaching guidelines and plans for the entire school year. All the school leaders present expressed their opinions. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. Next, I would like to say something very important. Diana adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. We all know that the population of the Garand Castle is rapidly expanding. It won't be long before the total population of the city exceeds 10 million. Diana looked at Wu Ming and continued. What does this mean? The population of the Garand Castle itself is only about 1 million. In the short time to come, the population will increase by more than 10 times. This will bring in more students. In the future, the school must expand enrollment. Only by having more excellent students can our school become bigger and stronger. We can train more excellent beast tamers and beast tamers for the Huaxiao Empire and benefit the entire human race. Do you all understand this? Diana looked around. Yes, we do. A D-level vice dean nodded. Yes, we should expand enrollment. The vice dean of education also nodded in agreement. But can our school accommodate so many students? Isn't this expanding the building area of the school? The dean of education raised her hand. She was a middle-aged, beautiful, intellectual woman. Her opinion attracted everyone's attention. Diana nodded. Her red lips moved slightly. I know we need to expand the building area of the school. However, the land in the Garand Castle is too strictly controlled. Even if we have the money, we can't buy the land. So, we may need Dean Wu's help. What do you think? Dean Wu. Diana looked at Wu Ming, who was sitting across the table. Everyone's gazes instantly gathered on him. So that's what happened. Wu Ming smiled. No wonder when he was in the dean's office, Diana had thrown flirtatious glances at him and spoke in a flirtatious tone. It turned out that it was for the sake of the Jialan Institute. To Diana, the Jialan Academy was her lifeblood. This was the property left behind by her grandmother and great-grandfather. To Diana, this was an indispensable part of her life, and it was worth it. Thinking of this, Wu Ming smiled slowly. Of course, no problem. I've always loved teaching others, and I'm also the honorary principal of the Jialan Institute. Of course, I want the institute to grow stronger. How about this? After the beast tamers and beast tamers from the other cities move to Garand Castle, we'll bring them under Jialan School and make them branch schools. What do you think? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. Diana's jaw dropped. She hadn't expected Wu Ming to be so supportive, taking the initiative to let the Jialan Academy annex the other academies. By doing so, the Jialan Institute would become a large and powerful institute. Director Wu, thank you. Diana stood up, agitated. Pa. The leaders of the academy stood up and applauded. Sit down, everyone. Wu Ming waved his hand and gestured for everyone to sit down. With a smile on his face, he said, Next, are there any other questions? This is basically the end of this meeting. Diana pursed her red lips. Next, the meeting is dismissed. In an instant, the leaders of the academy hurriedly packed up and got ready for lunch. 10 minutes later, in the underground garage of the administration building, in a dark blue sports car, Diana sat in the driver's seat, looking at Wu Ming, who was sitting in the passenger's seat. Her eyes were full of tenderness. Director Wu, to express my gratitude, please come my house. I'll cook for you. After saying this, she revealed a charming smile. Sure. Wu Ming nodded. He could tell that Diana had made her decision. This woman wanted to be by his side to gain his support in exchange for greater benefits. Of course, Wu Ming didn't object. Who would reject a mature and charming mixed-blood beauty? Boom! The sports car sped away. 10 minutes later, in a villa district, Wu Ming looked around. With a strange expression, he said, "Do you know Su Qianqian? Her villa is also in this district. It's less than 200 meters away from your villa." Of course I know Director Su. Diana smiled. She's the president of the super affordable shopping mall branch in Garan Castle. She's also a great beauty. I used to buy a lot of herbs from her on behalf of Garan Academy. So, we're all friends. Wu Ming smiled. Hee, isn't that so? Diana unfastened her seatbelt and got out of the car with Wu Ming. In the kitchen, Diana put on an apron and was cutting vegetables. Wu Ming stood aside. Looking at this gentle and virtuous mixed-blood beauty, he could feel her charm. He couldn't help but get closer. Half a meter away, Wu Ming could smell the fragrance on Diana's body. He didn't know if it was perfume or something else. In short, it was very attractive. Wu Ming. Oh, Diana just turned around and wanted to call Wu Ming. Unexpectedly, he was already half a meter behind her. She was shocked and staggered. Wu Ming immediately reached out and hugged her. Be careful. Wu Ming looked at the beauty in his arms and found that she was looking straight at him without any shyness. It seemed that the so-called stagger was fake. Seeing this, the corner of Wu Ming's mouth revealed a smile. Facing those sexy red lips, he kissed down. Oh, Diana's pupils dilated. Then, she closed her eyes. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Wu Ming looked at the mixed-blood beauty in his arms and found that she was so tired that she fell asleep. It seems that my fighting power is still very strong. Wu Ming was secretly proud. When he was fighting against many, he was certainly not their opponent. He would be exhausted, but in a one-on-one fight, Wu Ming felt that he should be unmatched. Director Wu, you're so naughty. Diana slowly woke up. She opened her eyes and looked at Wu Ming, who was still energetic. Do you still want to eat? Wu Ming asked. The vegetables were still in the kitchen. They were only half cut and had not been cooked. She could not eat them even if she wanted to. I don't have the energy to cook. Diana shook her head. Then I'll do it. Wu Ming smiled and covered Diana with a blanket. He went to the kitchen and showed his extraordinary cooking skills. Diana struggled to walk to the kitchen and found that Wu Ming's knife skills were very good. The shredded potatoes were cut very neatly. After that, it was stir-frying. Wu Ming's cooking skills could be said to be at the master level. Whether it was stir-frying or the amount of seasoning, they were all controlled perfectly. Half an hour later, 4 dishes and a soup were placed on the table. Diana drank a mouthful of soup and immediately felt warm all over. She had recovered a lot of her strength. It's really delicious. She could not help but praise. Director Wu Ming, how can your cooking skills be so good? Hearing this, Wu Ming smiled mysteriously. Chapter 388. Of course I'm good at cooking, Wu Ming said with a smile. I'm a beast tamer. I have a natural advantage when it comes to the combination of ingredients. Besides, when I cook, I add some supplements to make the food taste better. I see. No wonder I recovered so much strength after just a sip of the soup. Diana said half-jokingly, if Dean Wu Ming opened a restaurant, it would definitely be full of customers. Haha, I can think about it. With that, Wu Ming started to eat with Diana to recover the energy he had just lost. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Wu Ming and Diana sat on the sofa and watched TV after eating and drinking to their heart's content. Welcome to Huaxia Satellite TV. Recently, beast tamers have found that the rate of reproduction of ferocious beasts has increased in Huaxia. I'm afraid the next large-scale beast tide won't be too long. Everyone, please be prepared, especially for the 100 key cities under construction. Please speed up the progress and accept the residents of the surrounding cities as soon as possible. The news was still on. On the screen, Someone filmed that ferocious beasts were building more and more nests in the depths of some forests and breeding a large number of offspring. In a few months, they would be able to fight. By then, a large-scale beast tide would definitely come. It's really dangerous. After watching the news, Diana could not help but curl up in Wu Ming's arms, hoping he could protect her. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Wu Ming looked at the mixed-blood beauty in his arms. He did not want her to get hurt. Otherwise, it would be a pity. Ming, do you think we could survive the beast tide? Diana was very scared. Although she was a sea-level beast tamer, she had experienced many terrifying beast tides when she was young. The strongest one was 30 years ago. At that time, she was only a few years old and lived in Baiyuan City. Back then, a super large-scale beast tide attacked Baiyuan City. Some ferocious beasts even broke into the city, which was known to have the strongest defense, and started a massacre. Countless innocent lives were lost. That time, Diana had seen beast tamers and their pets die in front of her. Even now, she still could not forget it. The fortifications of Garan Castle are about to be completed. With the city walls, we can fend off most of the ferocious beasts. As for the remaining ferocious beasts that are left alone, most of them are powerful ferocious beasts with high tiers. They will be dealt with by us, the beast tamers. After a pause, Wu Ming continued, Our Garan Castle's defense isn't bad. With Wu Tianxua around, it's like having an A-level beast tamer in the city. It'll be very safe. Wu Ming didn't continue. Both the demon atomic beast and the rainbow-winged chameleon had advanced to Class A and were extremely powerful. Even if they encountered Class A beasts, they would still be able to kill them. However, this was Wu Ming's trump card, and he didn't want to reveal it for the time being. On the surface, Wu Tianxua's A-Class Lightning BMW was enough. When we go back this time, I'll start preparing 5 portions of C-Class evolutionary food for the Nether Sovereign to quickly break through to the peak of C-Class. Then, after a period of recuperation, it will be able to break through to B-Class. Wu Ming thought to himself, when a Nether Sovereign also broke through to B-Class, its combat power would be close to that of A-Class. Together with the Demon Atomic Beast and the Rainbow-Winged Chameleon, it would be enough to kill most A-level beasts. At that time, the Garan Castle will be very safe. Although I don't know what the future will be like, with you by my side, I feel an unprecedented sense of security. Diana leaned into Wu Ming's arms. Soon, she fell asleep. Wu Ming sat quietly on the sofa and didn't leave. 7 o'clock in the evening. Diana woke up and found herself lying on the bed. She covered herself with the quilt and mistakenly thought that Wu Ming had left, so she hurriedly rushed out. In the living room, Wu Ming had just put the last portion of C-Class evolutionary food into the wooden box when he heard the sound of someone running barefoot. I haven't left yet. Wu Ming turned around and said with a smile, I thought you had left just now. Diana rushed into Wu Ming's arms and looked at the 5 special wooden boxes on the table. So, you were mixing the evolutionary food just now? Yes. Wu Ming nodded. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, he began to mix the 5 types of C-Class evolutionary food needed by the Nether Sovereign. Until now, he had just finished all of them. Wu Ming put away the evolutionary food and held Diana in his arms. He smiled and said, What do you want to eat tonight? Eat you. Diana kissed him. The next morning, Wu Ming returned to the pet store alone. He took out a C-Class Super Defense Evolution food and a C-Class Evolution Crystal for the Nether Sovereign to eat. Success rate of transformation, 88%. Wu Ming used the Eye of Insight to observe the Nether Sovereign who was lying on the table and quickly gave it an Evolution Crystal. Finally, the success rate reached 100%. Meow, the Nether Sovereign called. Its eyelids began to become heavy. It lay on the table and fell asleep. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The Nether Sovereign finally woke up. It squatted on the table and licked its little paws. Its eyes were as bright as the sun. After being glanced at by it, little Tyrant immediately curled up its tail and laid on the ground, trembling. Finally, it has reached C-Class. Wu Ming put down the newspaper and took out the remaining 4 types of evolutionary food. C-Class Speed, C-Class Blazing Claws, C-Class Spirit Shock, and C-Class Eye of the Storm. He fed them to the Nether Sovereign. An hour later, the Nether Sovereign successfully reached the peak of C-Class. As long as it spent some time to adapt to the 5 new talents in its strength, speed, and endurance, it could continue to evolve. Come, let's try your C-Class Spirit Shock. Wu Ming clapped his hands. The Nether Sovereign nodded. It turned its head and stared at Little Tyrant, who was lying on the ground. Woof! Little Tyrant sensed danger and ran away. Pop! A special light wave was emitted from the Nether Sovereign's eyes and passed through Little Tyrant's body. In the next second, Little Tyrant's eyes rolled back and fainted on the ground. This was the low-power output of the C-Class talent, Spirit Shock. It was enough to make a D-Class Little Tyrant faint. Because the Nether Sovereign's control was very strong, Little Tyrant only fainted and did not receive any additional damage. Of course, it would take at least an hour for it to wake up. Let's test its speed. Wu Ming threw a black-patterned brick into the air and ordered. Whoosh! The Nether Sovereign leaped with its 4 long legs and flew across the sky like a shadow. It reached a height of tens of meters and cut the black-patterned brick in half with its claws and landed on the ground with both halves in its mouth. What a fast speed! Wu Ming realized that he could not see the Nether Sovereign's movements at all. He could only look at the speed tester in his hand and saw a string of shocking numbers. 278 meters per second. Wu Ming was stunned. The lowest speed for a C-Class speed was 200 meters per second. If the Nether Sovereign could reach 278 meters per second in the air, wouldn't it be able to reach 300 meters per second if it ran at full speed on the ground? Although there was still a long way to go before reaching the lower speed limit of 500 meters per second for a B-Class pet, it was considered top-notch among C-Class pets. Strong. Too strong. Wu Ming was very happy. Chapter 389. You're amazing. Wu Ming looked at Netherworld's Sovereign, who was squatting at the door, patted its head, and then picked up the black-patterned brick on the ground. The cut surface was neat and smooth. Even an ordinary B-grade pet might not be able to ensure that the cut surface was as smooth as this when cutting the black-patterned brick. Meow. Netherworld's Sovereign enjoyed the feeling of being patted by Wu Ming. It lay on the ground and let out a lazy and comfortable cry. Hey, you're a little female cat. Only then did Wu Ming determine the gender of Netherworld's Sovereign. It turned out to be a female cat. No wonder it was so proud. Wu Ming secretly complained. Meow, meow, meow. Netherworld's Sovereign raised its head and glared at Wu Ming. It took a step, and its body lightly jumped into the air and landed on the shelf. It lay there and quickly turned invisible. Under the night sky, Wu Ming had dinner alone and sat on the sofa, studying the next evolution direction of Netherworld Sovereign. After the last transformation, Netherworld Sovereign had an S-grade talent called Divine Eyes of Sun and Moon. Its potential had also increased to S-grade. The evolution path would be smooth. Netherworld Sovereign is now at the peak of C-grade. The next step is B-grade. But what kind of B-grade talent should I give it? Wu Ming was lost in thought. Netherworld Sovereign's body was very small. If it was a strength type, it would not be as good as a large-sized pet. Because if it consumed the same strength type evolution food, a large-sized pet would gain more strength due to its innate advantage. It would be stronger than Netherworld Sovereign. Evolving in the direction of agility would be more suitable for Netherworld Sovereign. Thinking of this, Wu Ming gradually had a direction. B-grade terror speed must be given. Then, it will be a vitality or defense type talent. After that, I can add some auxiliary talents. Wu Ming kept trying new combinations, looking for the best evolution path. The next morning, Wu Ming received a phone call. The mayor of Garan Castle. My lord, the height of the city wall has reached 15 meters. The first batch of residential areas in the city have been built and can be handed over. Therefore, we plan to move the residents of Wu Yuan City now. Wu Ming was stunned. Hasn't it already started? The mayor of Garan Castle said. Previously, it was only a small-scale relocation. Now, We're preparing for a large-scale relocation. Wu Ming nodded. All right. 5 minutes later, the two of them ended the call. The mayor of the Garan Castle said that from today onwards, all the residents and resources of Wuyuan City will be relocated. I'll go and take a look, Wu Ming muttered. He had nothing else to do recently. Moreover, he had never been to Wuyuan City before, so he wanted to take this opportunity to go and have a look. 9:30 a.m. Wu Ming sat on Long Debao's back and flew towards Wuyuan City. The straight-line distance between Wuyuan City and Garan Castle was only 500 kilometers. However, if one wanted to go from Garan Castle to Wuyuan City, they would have to go around the Tianyuan Canyon in the middle. This meant that if they walked on the ground, they would have to walk more than 1,000 kilometers. Because it was the furthest away and the most inconvenient, the first city to be relocated was Wuyuan City. After the people of Wuyuan City were relocated to Garan Castle, the remaining 19 cities would be much easier. Above the Tianyuan Canyon, Wu Ming flew over and found that the number of berserk beasts in the canyon had increased a lot compared to before. His eyes suddenly revealed a strange look. Berserk beasts reproduce so fast? Wu Ming muttered. He let Long Debao land in the canyon and observed from a low altitude. Roar! In the canyon, a large group of single-horn dragons discovered Wu Ming and Long Debao. They raised their heads and let out a deafening roar. The single-horned dragons looked similar to the velociraptors. They were 2 meters tall and 4 meters long. They had a pair of sharp front claws and a 30-centimeter long, pale, silver horn protruding from their forehead. That was how the name single-horned dragon came about. Whoosh! Several single-horned dragons jumped up to a height of more than 10 meters and tried to attack Wu Ming and Long Debao. Kill them all, Wu Ming coldly snorted. Long Debao received the order and spat out a large amount of cold air, freezing those single-horned dragons to death. They fell to the ground, scaring the other single-horned dragons. Dong, dong, dong. They ran wildly in the canyon with a speed of more than 20 meters per second. Although they hadn't reached F-class, they weren't far from it. Wu Ming wanted to kill them all, but soon he changed his mind. Since when were there so many berserk beasts in Tianyuan Canyon? This is really strange. I have to investigate this matter. Wu Ming followed the footsteps of the single-horned dragons and found that they had entered a cave next to the canyon. You wait here. If you encounter any danger, leave as soon as possible. Understand? Wu Ming reminded Long Debao. Wu-ao. Long Debao nodded. It flapped its wings and flew to a height of 1,000 meters, overlooking the entire Tianyuan Canyon. It could be considered as a lookout for Wu Ming. On the ground of the canyon, Wu Ming stood there alone. If it was someone else, they would have been scared silly. However, Wu Ming was wearing the 3rd-generation dragon scale armor, so he didn't panic at all. Not to mention, the demon atomic beast and the rainbow-winged chameleon were beside him. What was there to be afraid of? As long as there were no S-class berserk beasts, there wouldn't be any danger. Ta-ta-ta. Wu Ming stepped on the boulder at the entrance of the cave and entered. He then turned on the head-mounted, super-strong light to illuminate the front. Dong, dong, dong. Suddenly, an unranked single-horned dragon rushed toward Wu Ming. Its speed was very fast. Whoosh! Wu Ming jumped to the side and instantly unsheathed the B-class ion sword in his hand. High-temperature ion energy gushed out and cut off the single-horned dragon's neck. Wu Ming held the ion sword in his hand and continued to go deeper. When he encountered danger that he couldn't deal with, the demon atomic beast would attack and cut the enemy in half. Along the way, Wu Ming earned a few hundred evolution points with tears in his eyes. 500 meters underground. There was a huge underground cave here. There were many glowing gems embedded inside, illuminating this underground world. Roar! As soon as Wu Ming arrived here, countless roars could be heard. A large group of unranked single-horned dragons rushed toward him. Kill them all, Wu Ming ordered coldly. The next moment, the demon atomic beast turned into a sharp black dagger and used its A-class ability, Greed, to instantly kill a large number of single-horned dragons. Plop! Plop! The single-horned dragons fell to the ground like dumplings. None of them could stop the demon atomic beast slash. 5 minutes later, the whole world seemed to have quieted down. Wu Ming held the B-class ion sword in his hand. In front of him were piles of single-horned dragon corpses, making him look like a peerless killing god. Wu Ming squatted down. He looked at the single-horned dragon corpses on the ground and found that they were only about 1 meter tall and 2 meters long, much smaller than the ones he encountered outside. A single-horned dragon that was just born half a month ago. Wu Ming concluded. Although they were just born recently, these single-horned dragons were still very strong. They could easily kill an adult with a kitchen knife. I've converted them all. Wu Ming didn't waste any time. Within 10 minutes, he had converted all of these single-horned dragons into evolution points and spirit matter orbs. Over 1,000 evolution points, not bad. Wu Ming was very satisfied. He held the B-class ion sword and continued walking toward the deepest part of the underground cave. 3 minutes later, Wu Ming turned a corner. Immediately after, the sound of a heartbeat could be heard. Plop, plop. The sound wasn't too loud, but in this silent cave, it was like thunder. Wu Ming followed the sound. After seeing the scene a few dozen meters away, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Chapter 390. In the deepest part of the underground cave, there was a boulder with a length and width of more than a dozen meters. On the boulder lay the corpse of a Class F woolly mammoth. It still looked fresh. Around the boulder, there were more than a dozen corpses of vegetarian-type beasts that were full of holes. Looking at the holes on the corpses, Wu Ming had a strange feeling. They seemed to have been dug out. It was as if some kind of creature had been bred in these corpses and finally broke out of the shell, causing these holes. Alien? This was the first thought that flashed through Wu Ming's mind. The next moment, Wu Ming shifted his gaze to the boulder. He saw 2 Class F single-horned dragons standing on the mammoth. One was light blue and the other was light red. One male and one female. It was easy to tell the gender of a single-horned dragon. Light blue skin was the male and light red skin was the female. At this moment, the female Class F single-horned dragon was injecting a volleyball-sized dragon egg into the flesh of the Class F woolly mammoth, using the abundant nutrients in the mammoth's body to speed up the breeding of offspring. Roar! The light blue male Class F single-horned dragon saw Wu Ming and immediately roared. It leaped up and rushed over in an instant. However, when it was 3 meters away from Wu Ming, it strangely froze in the air. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't get away. So, this is the reason why the beasts are breeding faster. Wu Ming looked at the female Class F single-horned dragon standing on the mammoth's corpse and generally understood the reason. Roar, roar! The Class F single-horned dragon was frozen in the air. The ferocity in its eyes gradually turned into fear. It was really scared. The human in armor in front of it was horrifying. He could freeze it in the air. Could this be an advanced pet in human form? The single-horned dragon's mind was in turmoil. Go to hell. Wu Ming waved the Class B ion sword and cut off the neck of the male Class F single-horned dragon, which caused the female Class F single-horned dragon to roar. However, this female Class F single-horned dragon was smart. It realized that the human in front of it was terrifying. It just roared, abandoned its dragon egg, and ran away. Rip. However, a black crescent blade slashed out, and just as it took a few steps forward, its neck was cut off, and it couldn't be more dead. Ta. Wu Ming walked over. He used the ion sword to cut open the grade F mammoth's flesh, and saw a translucent dragon egg the size of a rubber ball. A baby single-horned dragon was curled up in the dragon egg, letting out a powerful heartbeat. It was the same for the other dragon eggs. The heartbeats of hundreds of dragon whelps were exactly the same, and they were completely synchronized. That was why they resonated, and the sound was like muffled thunder. Plop, plop. That was the heartbeat Wu Ming had heard earlier. Crash. Wu Ming also heard other voices. Upon closer inspection, He realized that as the heartbeats of the dozens of dragon whelps resonated, tentacles appeared on the surface of the dragon eggs and sank into the flesh of the woolly mammoth. It was like a miniature water pump that was extracting nutrients at a very fast speed. Every dragon egg was constantly expanding. At this rate, these baby dragons will be able to break out of their shells in 3 days and grow to 0.5 meter tall and 1 meter long. At this time, the baby single-horn dragons would already have a certain level of combat power. In a one-on-one fight, they could even rely on their sharp front claws and sharp horns to kill adult men. I have to record this. Wu Ming took out his phone and recorded the scene. 10 minutes later, Wu Ming waved the ion sword and cut all the dragon eggs in half. Other than the woolly mammoth's corpse, the rest of the corpses were all turned into spiritual matter balls and evolution points. This is evidence. I have to keep it, Wu Ming muttered. 5 minutes later, in front of the cave in Tianyuan Canyon, Wu Ming let the rainbow-winged chameleon use its grade B Force Awakening ability to drag out the woolly mammoth's corpse that weighed dozens of tons and put it on the ground. Long DeBeo, come down. Wu Ming shouted towards the sky. Whoosh! Long DeBeo swooped down. Following Wu Ming's instructions, it hooked the woolly mammoth's corpse with its 2 sharp claws and flew towards the Garan Castle's City Lord's mansion. Garan Castle's City Lord's mansion. Dozens of city lords, their assistants, and some experienced beast tamers had all arrived at the scene. They looked at the huge woolly mammoth's corpse, as well as the single-horn dragon's baby that had been cut in half, and listened to Wu Ming's explanation. Their expressions changed greatly. So this is the reason why the beast tamers can reproduce so quickly. It only took a few days to breed beast tamers with a certain level of combat power. How are we going to fight them? Should we report it? His lordship is right here. Who should we report it to? The city lords are discussing among themselves. Wu Ming pointed at the woolly mammoth's corpse and said, It's too early to make a conclusion because only the single-horned dragon has this kind of accelerated reproduction technique. We can't prove that other beast tamers have similar techniques. The Garan Castle's city lord hurriedly asked, His lordship, what should we do now? Wu Ming thought for a while and said, Make a public announcement. Remind all beast tamers that once carnivorous beast tamers are found hunting large herbivorous beast tamers in a large area, it means that it might be a situation similar to the single-horned dragon. If this happens, report immediately. Don't delay. Because this means that other carnivorous beast tamers might have mastered a method similar to the single-horned dragon's method of accelerating reproduction. Do you understand? Wu Ming looked around and gave this order to everyone present. Yes, understood. The Garan Castle city lord and the others nodded and immediately wrote an official document to spread the news. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Wu Ming sat on Long DeBeo's back and hovered in the sky near Garan Castle, observing the various places below with binoculars. He originally planned to go to a UN city, but now, since he suspected that he had discovered a method to accelerate the collective reproduction of beast tamers, he had to take it seriously. Found it. Wu Ming looked through the binoculars and found a large group of carnivorous beast tamers hunting a group of vegetarian single-horned rhinoceroses in a dense forest about 300 kilometers away from Garan Castle. Long DeBeo, full speed ahead. Wu Ming immediately ordered. How? Long DeBeo flapped its wings and dived towards the dense forest at an extremely fast speed. Its speed was getting faster and faster. Half an hour later, in a dense mountain forest, Wu Ming landed on the ground. At this moment, a group of netherwolves finally killed an F-grade single-horned rhinoceros. They cut open its abdomen and ate its internal organs. Howl! The netherwolves howled and dragged the corpse of the single-horned rhinoceros to a wolf den. Thump! 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 A she-wolf king that was 2 meters tall and weighed a few tons walked over. The ground seemed to be trembling. She sniffed the single-horned rhinoceros, and a satisfied light flashed in her cold eyes. She immediately used her mouth to bite the single-horned rhinoceros's leather armor, forming a pit, and gave birth to a wolf cub. Next, the she-wolf king did the same. In just half an hour, It had given birth to 15 wolf pups in the meat pit. Wu Ming stood on the tree and saw everything clearly. After giving birth to the wolf cubs, the she-wolf king inserted their umbilical cords into the single-horned rhinoceros's body, relying on its nutrients to accelerate the birth of these wolf cubs. Sure enough, although it's a little different from the single-horned rhinoceros's method, the basic principle is the same. They all use the bodies of vegetarian beast tamers to give birth to their offspring, achieving the purpose of accelerating reproduction. What a smart beast, Wu Ming said in a low voice. Chapter 391. Ow! The Wolf King had a keen sense of hearing. It immediately noticed that a man in dark red armor was standing on a tree dozens of meters away. Ow, how! The wolves were alarmed. They turned around and glared at Wu Ming coldly. Bang! That was the sound of the Wolf King hitting the ground with its paws. It was also the signal to attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a large group of ferocious hell wolves sped up, jumped up, and bit at Wu Ming. Wu Ming remained calm. He put away the phone he was using to film the scene, took out the B-grade ion sword, jumped up, and slashed at the wolves. Whoosh! A hell wolf with no rank was cut in half by the scorching ion sword and fell to the ground. Wu Ming landed on the ground, stepped on the hell wolf's corpse, and looked around coldly. He was not afraid at all. Although he could let the demon atomic beast and the rainbow chameleon kill all the hell wolves, Wu Ming wanted to participate in more real battles, improve his skills, and challenge his personal limits. Ow! The other hell wolves howled and pounced at Su Ping again, relying on the strength, speed, and reflexes he received from his pets. Wu Ming was no weaker than low-ranked beasts. He jumped up and dodged the wolves' attacks. Then, Wu Ming wielded the B-grade ion sword. Whoosh! A hell wolf with no rank was cut in half. The next second, Wu Ming wielded the ion sword again and cut off the sharp claws of another hell wolf. Howl, howl, howl! The wolves howled in pain. With the help of the B-grade ion sword, Wu Ming was unstoppable. He withstood several attacks and killed more than a dozen hell wolves with no rank. He stood on the platform made of corpses and looked down at the F-grade Wolf King 30 meters away. Whoosh! The Wolf King was cruel and cunning. It dashed into the nearby bushes and hid, making Wu Ming lose sight of its target. How cunning! Wu Ming whispered. Hiss! Suddenly, a piece of ice gushed out from the thicket, freezing Wu Ming instantly. Very smart, Wu Ming smiled. The next moment, the she-wolf king jumped out of the bushes, slapped Wu Ming with her sharp claws, and opened her mouth to bite him. Creak! The sound of a blade slicing through glass rang out. It was extremely ear-piercing. However, no matter how hard the she-wolf king tried, she couldn't bite through Wu Ming's third-generation dragon-scale armor. Are you done biting? Wu Ming's cold voice sounded. Puff! The B-grade ion sword had already pierced through the she-wolf king's head. The she-wolf king's eyes widened, unable to comprehend how this human's defense could be so strong. Gotcha! Wu Ming took a step forward. The kinetic energy absorbed by the dragon-scale armor when it was rammed by the wolves was converted into heat. It instantly melted the other ice cubes on his body, causing them to shatter and fall to the ground. The dragon-scale armor is really strong. Wu Ming could not help but praise. Shock absorption, kinetic energy absorption, heat, and so on. These functions were very powerful. It was the best talisman for any beast tamer or trainer. Wu Ming began to transform these corpses. Except for the corpse of the single-horned rhinoceros that had the wolf pups inside it, nothing else was wasted. Long Debeo, bring the corpse of the single-horned rhinoceros back to Baifu City and place it in the mayor's mansion. Wu Ming ordered. He did not kill the wolf pups. Instead, he planned to train them into pets and sell them to the beast tamers of Garan Castle to increase the strength of the human race. It would be too wasteful to kill them directly. Roar! Long Debeo cried out. It grabbed the single-horned rhinoceros with its sharp claws and flew back to Garan Castle with the wolf pups. High in the sky, it flew further and further away. on the ground. Wu Ming immediately took out his phone and called the mayor of Garan Castle. He asked him to take care of Long DeBayo and take care of the wolf pups to prevent them from getting hurt. After arranging this matter, Wu Ming continued on his journey. He climbed to the top of the mountain and looked around with his binoculars. He continued to look for large, vegetarian beasts that had been hunted. The mayor's mansion of Garan Castle. Long DeBayo put the single-horned rhinoceros on the ground. Beast tamers had surrounded the area to prevent anyone from coming over to rob or cause trouble. There are 15 nether wolf pups. I have tested them with an energy index device. They will have some combat power in 5 days. That's fast. Yes, they are developing too fast. The beast tamers around began to discuss. At this moment, the mayor of Garan Castle said, "The Lord said that these netherwolf pups have good potential. They're all level F, and there are 15 of them in total. Take care of them first, and then choose a beast tamer to recognize them as their master. Of course, the price is 50,000 pet coins each. Don't think that it is expensive. These netherwolves develop very quickly. By the time they can move freely, they will already have good combat power. It will be very convenient to train them." Hearing this, the beast tamers present were looking forward to it. Quick, call that brat at home and let him prepare to recognize them as his master. But soon, someone was tempted. An entrepreneur with a net worth of over $1 billion immediately made a call. The level F beast tamer bodyguard beside him said in a low voice, "I have taken a look. Among these netherwolf pups, one of them is the most powerful. We will choose that one later." Okay, the entrepreneur nodded. 10 minutes later, the people with power and influence in Garan Castle had all arrived at the mayor's office. Looking at the group of well-developed netherwolf pups, their eyes lit up. They all wanted them very much. "My lord, should we change it to an auction?" In the mayor's office, the mayor of Garan Castle was communicating with Wu Ming over the phone. "Yes." On the other side, Wu Ming's voice came. "Okay, I will do it right away." The mayor of Garan Castle hung up the phone and immediately left the office to host the auction. In the wilderness, Wu Ming put away his phone. Auctioning the netherwolf pups would definitely sell for a higher price than selling them directly. He would also earn more. Why not? With that thought in mind, Wu Ming continued to observe. Another one. He put away his binoculars and stepped on the demon atomic beast, which had turned into a black fog and flew toward a valley dozens of kilometers away. There a battle was breaking out. The valley had beautiful scenery. But at this moment, a level F giraffe was besieged by a group of level F berserk lions. Wu Ming came close and did not stop them. Let the carnivorous beasts hunt down the level F berserk lions and lay eggs in the latter's body. After the breeding is complete, I will benefit from it. Wu Ming whispered. By doing so, humans could skip the training of pets and directly give birth to young pets with a certain level of combat strength. Their growth would be faster in the future. 10 minutes later, the group of level F berserk lions finally killed the level F giraffe that was 10 meters tall and ate all its internal organs. Roar! A group of pregnant lionesses came close and showed their ferocious faces to the giraffe. High in the sky, Wu Ming watched them give birth to the cubs and found that the umbilical cord of the cubs was connected to the giraffe's flesh and blood to achieve the purpose of absorbing nutrients to ensure rapid growth. After they finished the preliminary work, Wu Ming moved. Bang! He fell from a height of 100 meters. With the help of the dragon scale armor, he did not feel any discomfort. Roar! Seeing that a human had appeared, the group of berserk lions immediately opened their mouths and roared, taking the initiative to attack him. Chapter 392. 5F class and 48 unranked. What guy? This pride of lions is really strong. Wu Ming sized up the charging lions. Wielding the B-grade ion sword, with a slide kick, he split an F-grade berserk lion in half. Then, it was a fierce battle. Although Wu Ming's reaction speed was very fast, he was still inevitably bitten or sent flying by the lions. However, With the protection of the third-generation dragon scale armor, Wu Ming did not feel any discomfort and continued to fight. Bang! Wu Ming was sent flying by a 1-ton super lion, but at the moment he was sent flying, he waved the B-class ion sword and split its head open, killing it on the spot. Then, Wu Ming used the inertia to wave the ion sword. Rip! Wu Ming took the opportunity to kill another lion. 1 second later, he fell to the ground, and the other berserk lions swarmed towards him. Wu Ming stood up like a carp and released all the kinetic energy he had absorbed earlier. Boom! The soil under Wu Ming's feet was hit by the energy wave, and he was pushed more than 10 meters high, easily dodging the lion's bite. Landing slash. Wu Ming was a little Chinibyu. Holding the B-class energy sword with both hands, he slashed at the lions on the ground. A tearing sound was heard. Another berserk lion was killed. On the giraffe in the distance, the huge lioness was coldly observing the surroundings. Seeing this human killing, her eyes were filled with indifference. She ordered 2 of her subordinates to drag the giraffe and retreat to other places. Then, the huge F-class lioness narrowed her eyes. She was preparing to attack. Roar! After observing for more than 10 seconds, the lioness roared. Her entire body was burning with flames. Her claws extended several times and became sharper. With a leap, she pounced over. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Wu Ming could not react in time and was sent flying to the ground. The next moment, dozens of lions pounced and pressed Wu Ming to the ground. They weighed more than 10 tons. Although Wu Ming's strength was not bad, he could not break free at all. Roar! The berserk lion madly pounced and bit, or spat out flames, trying to kill this despicable human, but it found that it couldn't break through his defense at all. It seems that the third-generation dragon scale armor still has a weakness. That is, it is afraid of being crushed. Wu Ming didn't panic at all. He even discovered the armor's weakness. However, the flaw of heavy pressure was not easy to deal with. In addition, Wu Ming also found other shortcomings. For example, he was afraid of being entangled. If someone used a metal net to capture them, they could also trap someone wearing dragon scale armor. This was also a fatal flaw, because if they were trapped, they would starve to death. Of course, this was a flaw that could not be solved at the moment. If they wanted to improve it, they would have to fill the armor with nutrient fluid. Time to end this. Wu Ming muttered. The rainbow-winged chameleon that had been lying on Wu Ming's shoulder like a statue suddenly moved and activated its rank B force awakening. A force field of over 2,000 tons instantly erupted. All the berserk lions were sent flying. The next moment, the demon atomic beast transformed into a sharp blade and instantly annihilated the dozens of berserk lions present. 3 seconds later, Wu Ming stood up again. Looking at the corpses around him, he let out a sigh of relief. As expected, with just the strength of a human, even if they wear armor, they won't be a match for a large group of berserk beasts. If it's one-on-one, there's a chance of winning. One-on-many, it's easy to be suppressed by strength. Wu Ming muttered. In the following time, Wu Ming began to convert the corpses of the berserk lions, obtaining a matter orb and a few thousand evolution points. It's time to harvest. Wu Ming got up and walked into the distance. Previously, the rank F giraffe that was killed was being dragged by 2 berserk lions towards the Lion Pride's camp. These things must be taken back. Wu Ming increased his speed. 10 minutes later, under a huge tree, Wu Ming came here and saw the giraffe's carcass being guarded by 2 berserk lions. More than a dozen lion cubs were being nurtured in the carcass and would be born in a few days. Roar! When the 2 berserk lions saw Wu Ming, a human-like panic appeared in their eyes. Then, they blocked in front of the giraffe. They were protecting the cubs. Rip! The demon atomic beast turned into a black blade and slashed horizontally. The 2 berserk lions fell to the ground without any room to resist. Wu Ming walked over and looked at the cubs that were still being nurtured in the giraffe's carcass. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. There doesn't seem to be any cubs in the growth period around here. Wu Ming looked around. There were no half-grown lions within a radius of a few hundred meters. If there were, he could catch them and tame them into human pets using the 9 ways of taming. Capturing berserk beasts as pet beasts can increase the strength of humans and weaken the strength of berserk beasts. With this, the advantage of humans will become greater and greater. Wu Ming said. He made a phone call to inform the mayor of Garan Castle that there was a batch of cubs for sale. Then, he used the pet contract to contact Long de Bayo and asked it to come over and transport them. Wu Ming originally planned to ask the Ice Quetzalcoatlus for help. However, after thinking about it, the Ice Quetzalcoatlus was currently helping Wu Yuan City relocate and was not free for the time being. He could only give up. Dozens of minutes later, Long de Bayo came to the valley and knocked the giraffe out. Soon, a new round of auction began. When the major families of Garan Castle heard the news, they were all excited. In the wilderness, Wu Ming walked alone. Unknowingly, it was night. The bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a large amount of pale, white light on the ground. The moon is so round tonight, Wu Ming muttered. His voice wasn't loud, but it was loud and clear in the quiet wilderness. Yes, Wu Ming thought of something. Today is the 15th of August on the lunar calendar, the Mid-Autumn Festival. No wonder I feel homesick. Wu Ming turned around and climbed up a mountain. He looked into the distance. Hundreds of kilometers away, Baifu City was brightly lit. The fortifications were working day and night without a moment of rest. Among them, there were splendid fireworks blooming. There were festivals in the pet world as well. However, it was not called the Mid-Autumn Festival here, but the Moon God's birthday. The whole world would celebrate it. What was the Moon God? Wu Ming did not understand. He believed that the Moon God must be someone who had made a great contribution. Otherwise, it cannot be a pet. All of a sudden, Wu Ming made a startling discovery. A gorgeous white pet was flying freely under the moon. She was in a human form, but there were 2 pairs of butterfly-like wings on her back. They were flapping slowly, and she looked like a fairy. Is that the Moon God? Wu Ming mumbled and blinked. Then, he realized that the graceful figure under the moon had disappeared. Everything he had seen before was like an illusion. What is going on? Wu Ming shook his head and looked at the moon again. However, the figure with the fairy aura had disappeared. Never mind. Let's go back to Garan Castle for the festival. Wu Ming jumped and stepped on the black mist that was the demon atomic beast. He flew toward Garan Castle as if riding on the clouds. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.